The timey wimey scientists do battle, and a long thought ended rivalry has resurfaced. That and more on today's episode of BrobusCast Death Battle Edition. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of BrobusCast. I am your very tired host, Brobuscus. With me today is ZDogg.
Hey, it's me, ZDogg.
And Richard.
What? What? What?
Fitting.
That sums it up. That sums. I was gonna say sums up.
That pretty much sums it up.
Oh man. Because man, what the what an episode and next time to talk about. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's a good way to describe it. Yeah.
Yep.
So
like yeah.
Yeah, so we have some things to talk about, and boy howdy do we have some things to talk about.
Yep, stay tuned. Buckle yourselves in, everyone. This is gonna be wild.
It's never it's never a same day. It's literally the same day, different shit scenario.
And you know what's funny is that the first
Yep,
thing we have to talk
but
about.
first,
It's funny. It's funny because the first thing we have to talk about isn't even the weirdest thing we have on this podcast.
Yep.
Which when the first thing we have to talk about is freaking Rick Sanchez versus the Doctor. That should tell you what you're in for this episode.
That says a whole hell of a lot, doesn't it?
Yes.
Oh boy. But yeah, no. This episode came out. I think it was pretty solid, not gonna lie.
This is, oh my god, these last episodes are really, really pushing my fucking top 3 and everything that I thought I knew my top 3 was going to be.
And then there's me. Well, okay. Let's get the objective thing out of the way real quick before we get into like the nitty gritty. Well, we were all right.
Everyone get your Mr. Krabs face ready, because to the surprise of absolutely nobody, the Doctor emerged victorious.
Gasp! I am shooketh. Shooketh, I tell you.
Yep. Very much shooketh, man. But I mean, to this episode's sake, it did make it seem a little more debatable than a lot of people were giving it credit for, so that's neat, I think.
Sure.
I guess. I mean, I ultimately didn't see this as a heavily debated episode. It did seem more clear cut the more you just dived into it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree, but
I mean,
yeah.
Still.
I admit that I didn't know a lot about either of these characters going in, but just from everything I have heard, I was still sitting here thinking like, how the hell is Rick winning this? And
turns out what he didn't.
He didn't. It's quite simple, actually.
Yes. That's the fun part. He didn't.
So yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you want from us? What do you want from us? We guessed the Doctor would win, and he did. So.
And they explained it, and they explained it well. So.
Yes, and spoiler alert,
as
very well, in fact. Yes, and spoiler alert, as the only Rick and Morty fan here, I am not throwing a temper tantrum and lighting the streets with fire and brimstone that Rick lost.
Gosh.
They gasped.
So,
You
there's-
are better than most Rick and Morty fans I've ever seen.
Yes, because it's like, look, I mean,
Although I grant you, the bar is about as high as a piece of paper. So.
I mean, okay, look. Granted, yes. Did it suck that Rick kind of was ultimately being fed to the timey wimey shenanigans that was the Doctor? Yes, but if anything, I think now that I have 10 years worth of fan hype for Rick and Morty and a couple of months of love for the Doctor, I think this overall enriched my episode viewing experience.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of it just being, oh well, my preferred my character that I actually know lost to this character that I don't know. So yeah,
At least you got that.
Yes, and plus two, how funny is it that the last episode with two of my childhood icons ended in a draw. This episode, my young adult icon and this character that I have grown to appreciate, like everybody else who is a part of this enriched community, didn't have an end in a draw.
Something adult metaphor. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah,
Everything can and didn't draw. I don't know. Anyway.
But, yeah. No.
I guess the only thing I can really add is that like the only thing I was still kind of like the only real question I had was like how does the Doctor deal with like Operation Phoenix? Because like the Doctor could take on like one Rick no problem. I guess the answer I had like floating in my mind was that like, well, if he can take on one Rick within like a second, he could probably take on like the rest, like no problem.
Yes.
But then the episode was like, he also has like a gun that literally erases the concept of you from existence. I'm like, oh, okay, well that'll do it.
Yes. So I do want to correct myself. I didn't get, because I was in a bit of a rush. I didn't fully think to use the DMAT gun against the whole Operation Phoenix argument. Because again, I personally just, as the show has progressed, Operation Phoenix just hasn't been a factor. Because spoiler alert, in 2 weeks ago, in the mid-season point, Rick literally was dead, like for a couple of minutes. There was no Operation Phoenix. Like his mind didn't upload to another Rick clone or go to another universe to hop inside their Rick. Like he was legitimately straight up dead and needed evil Morty to bring him back to life by doing science stuff. So that's why I didn't really think to take the whole Operation Phoenix argument very seriously. And I still don't know if I do, because it's like it's a lifeline, but it really wouldn't have made a difference in this episode, especially since when they explain that, the DMAT gun can just erase you from all of time and space, like you never ever existed.
Which is not confusing in the slightest, by the way.
Absolutely
not. No, it is not. So I do kind of feel bad that I didn't fully go into that the last time, but I am happy that they at least had a good explanation and a good. They did have a good explanation as to how the Doctor could counter that little trick.
Yeah.
And hey, he still won, so like.
Yeah,
don't beat yourself up about it.
No, yeah, that's fair.
I mean, honestly, really the only thing I thought was kind of weird about the results, and the only thing I really had to complain with is like they didn't like physically put them like anywhere as high as I've heard they should be. But I mean, I can understand if they wanted to make it more about their technology and stuff instead of physical stats.
Yeah.
One thing that
I get that.
I mean, one physical thing that I'm kind of a little disappointed they didn't bring up was they did bring up that, yes, during the 80s TV movie that was meant to reinvigorate interest in Doctor Who at the time before BBC shut it down completely, was that scene where the Eighth Doctor does, during his regeneration, he's in a morgue and he just shoves down the steel door to the morgue. There were other instances of the Doctor having, I don't want to say superhuman strength, but he did show strength that was on superhuman. Like there was an instance where he actually did shove and push down a Cyberman. And Cybermen are no fucking joke. Those things aren't just, made out of paper. They're not like the fucking Daleks where, oh, if you try and get near them and maybe if you can outmaneuver them and shut them down, it'll be easy as that. So I don't know, but I get why they thought that. Like, well, I mean, at least through the research they combed through, it seemed like they were equal physically. So I get it.
Yeah, so yeah.
I think
not that big a deal. Just I thought it was kind of weird.
I think from what I've heard, and this could be wrong, but I think they are aware that by calculations they should be superhuman, but they just didn't focus on it because physical combat is not really what either of them are known for.
That's also very cool.
No, not really. No, so I understand that.
Yeah. I mean,
you're not
not that big a deal. I just thought it was kind of.
Yeah, and you're not gonna get a result change by looking at their physical stats. So the doctor's tech is just,
but
the doctor's tech and regeneration is just too broken, basically.
Yes. One complaint I kind of do have is I felt like the end analysis was a bit rushed. Like it was just eager to get through all of the explanations as quick as it could. In a time manner. There were I'm not saying they didn't take time to slow down an argument and show you why that Rick would lose to the Doctor. I just felt like, okay, it really does kind of breeze through at a brisk pace to get to all of the bullet points on why the Doctor wins.
I don't know. I guess I can understand that. I think the length as a whole was fine, but I can understand Wiz was pretty much immediately all right, let's break this down.
Yeah, no, that's not a critique on the editing. That's more just a critique on the script. I really feel like the script itself was in a rush to get through this compared to Scooby versus Courage, where they legitimately did take their time in explaining just how these two toon dogs legitimately could not kill or hurt one another, and the things they did have in their repertoire, they could be countered back and forth. So, yeah, just again.
I guess if I'm gonna bring up a small nitpick with the post fight, since we're all doing this now, I guess. I don't know. I guess I kind of felt like the vehicle comparison was unnecessary.
No. I mean, especially since this. No.
I don't know. Yeah. I understand why it's there because it's covering basically everything.
Yeah.
But if it's that simple and neither Rick or the Doctor are gonna
no.
prioritize their vehicles during this fight, and they don't in the episode. So
no, they really don't. I mean, yes,
the TARDIS is mostly used as a set piece, and that's fine. But I'm that's not my problem. My problem is that if that was the case, then and the comparison is as simple as it is, I don't know.
Yeah, it felt like
it could have just been there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It feels like had they gotten rid of that segment, then nothing of value for that argument would have been lost, because are fans really going to be that anal and prickly about the comparisons between their two respective vehicles? Because I feel like they already did a good job of covering the rundowns of what makes their vehicles the best in their repertoire in the pre-analysis. Like for Rick's Space Cruiser, okay, yeah, it's sentient, it has offensive and defensive capabilities, it was able to tow a solar system, all of that fancy stuff. And then the TARDIS is just a completely different beast entirely. So I kind of have to agree with you there that it felt like they just added it there because I guess they wanted to go through all of the basics. But again, just from all of the reactions that I saw, it's fine.
This is like the smallest complaint I could ever have. So like I don't care that much. I'm just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it just felt like you could have trimmed that and nothing really would have been lost or misunderstood. Because yeah, the TARDIS and the Space Cruiser, again, two different things entirely. So yeah, no,
whatever. Aside from
that's a valid nitpick.
Aside from that, like whatever. I don't really care.
Yeah, but hey, something we do care about. Max's first Max's first outing as solo editor for this episode.
Yeah, he did pretty good, I think.
I would say he did very, very good. He's one lucky man, I tell you. He got to edit and work on not one but two of his most wanted episodes. Like, how often do you say that?
Well, like,
yeah.
Gosh.
I'm not jealous. What are you talking about?
No, totally.
No, not at all.
I really loved. I'll go into more detail on this on my own in the future for a little project that I'm working on. But what I will say is I really loved how Max's editing kept up with the script and how it kind of enriched the experience. Like, just again, it felt like for Rick's side, it was telling a good story on what makes him who he is, but then at the core, Rick isn't just an asshole. He really is a loner who is depressed and basically has tendencies of suicide. And he does care about people in his life. And I think the editing really did a good job of showing that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And of course, too, I love how Max literally had a great time. I could tell he went to town on everything Rick and Morty. Like, he used footage from the shows. He used footage from the upcoming anime that I think is coming out next year. He used the comics and gave it that awesome motion comic effect, which looked great. Beautiful. And I think my highlight of his segment on Rick's analysis was whenever the portal opens up, you see the title of Rick and Morty come out of the portal in the beginning.
Yeah, that was a good touch. Good.
Yes. Here I thought that was just part of the intro of the show or whatever. Goes to show how much goes to show how much I watch this show. which is to say,
yes. And then the doctors. Oh, I have to give Max double props because don't know if you guys know this, but trying to comb through and find high quality footage of the original series is not an easy task because you have to go through the modern Blu-rays that have been coming out. You have to go through old DVD copies or maybe even VHS copies because the show has never been available in HD. Especially the first Doctor's run. The first Doctor's run has never been available in the highest of quality. Like, it's very old, cheap quality. So big props to him for actually finding some decent footage for it. And also the black and white comics. I love how he included the black and white comics, especially for when Zeus is fucking going ham on the TARDIS.
Yeah.
And again, same thing. He did a good job of capturing the of keeping up with what the script was going for, with the Doctor and his character. And I do got to give props one more time on his choice of closing the Doctor segment, because I know this is probably intentional. I don't know if it was either Liam or Ben who did this, but whoever did it, I love that the last closing shot for the Doctor segment is the 11th Doctor's introduction, and his whole and him and it ending with Wiz syncing up to the footage of the 11th Doctor saying he's the Doctor, basically run. I fucking love that. Like, the 11th Doctor is he fights he's literally fighting between my he's literally fighting a battle as my second favorite Doctor along with the 12th. So I really, really love that they gave some love to the 11th Doctor, because I really expected this mostly just be heavily 10th Doctor footage, but I'm glad that it was giving homage to all 14, including the 13th, who is not the most fan favorite.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and assume we should just leave it at that.
Yes, we should.
Okay.
But yes. Yes, that's a whole can of worms that I don't want to get into.
Fair enough.
But yes, but Max, if you are watching this, my friend, congratulations to you. You did a fantastic job. I think the show is very lucky to have you. It is so cool to see how far you've come.
100% agreed.
Yeah, and apparently apparently he is a machine at doing this. Like, the dude, like, Ben commented on this in the Scooby Courage commentary, but the dude got, like, I don't remember who said it specifically, but he got, like, Scooby's analysis done, like, really quickly, but then moved, like, immediately onto this episode and got it done pretty fast. So
Damn.
Yeah.
Hey, more props to him.
yeah,
It's almost like he has experience doing Death Battle style analysis editing.
Thanks, but you know.
He's
It's not
something-
like this is an entire show.
He's something. Max is something of a versus editor himself.
Yep.
yeah.
Gosh.
And by the way, I know this belongs in the next matchup, which I know we are going to get to. But once again, Max, huge props on the next time teaser trailer. Like, holy shit, that's good. That was good. I liked it.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah. But we'll get
Yeah. No. Yes, we will. I got nothing else to say other than great analysis.
Editing aside, I just thought both rundowns were very enjoyable. So, yeah. Definitely, honestly, made me. I mean, you can say that about this whole episode, but honestly, this whole these analyses did make me more interested in checking out more both series more than I already have. So, that's cool.
And I would highly recommend you do. Mainly give the first. I say give the first 5 seasons a chance and see if you want to continue. That's the best place to go.
Of which one?
Like the modern series, like from season 1 with the 9th Doctor to season 5 with the 11th. That's the best way to go. Just again, go through the first 5 seasons, see if it tickles your fancy, and if you want to go past 5 seasons, then it's not. It kind of goes up and down, but those first 5 seasons are amazing.
Fair enough. All right.
Same with Rick and Morty. First 2 seasons, great. Seasons 3, Seasons 4, kind of better. Seasons 5, meh. Season 6, a little better. Season 7 so far, kind of more or less the same as season 2 and 5, but it's getting better. It's getting better. New crew behind it, new voices, all that.
Well, hope it makes you feel any better. I did enjoy the first season of Rick and Morty because I did actually end up watching that. So
Nice.
that's good. Anyway, but that's besides the point. So
Yes.
let's get on to well, unless Brob has anything else to say about the analyses.
I do, but it kind of ropes into like the episode as a whole. So I wonder if we should just talk about the fight first.
I say let's talk about the fight then.
All right.
Yes.
So,
And the madmen and
Yes,
women. What the fuck?
Yes. So okay. First of all, I get bragging points
Yes,
because
you do.
I called it.
Yes, you do.
Yes.
Congratulations. Here's a gold star for you.
Thank you. Oh, yay! My own star.
I'm good. Anyway.
Oh, thank you. No. Yes. So this animation was done and brought to you by the Rooster Teeth 2D department team, who have been working with Death Battle since Deadpool versus the Mask.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, howdy, how far
Crazy.
have we come
My
since
goodness.
that episode?
Yes.
It's,
Remember back in season, we said this years ago, back during season 8, I believe. We pretty much said that, okay, look, these guys, they're good, but they need to keep improving. And here we are now. They're pretty much the masters. They're the masters of their craft.
pretty much.
Yes, and the fact that we had 2 hand-drawn episodes back to back.
Yeah, definitely. I was
Yeah.
not expecting that this year, but I'm not complaining.
I think Chad said on Fireside that don't expect that ever again.
That's fair.
Which is
which
is fair. There's a reason. I'll just say there's a reason why we don't get as many hand-drawn fights as you might think.
It's almost
Yes.
like it takes a lot of work for just one. No way.
No way.
Exactly. Just to be more specific, because I don't want to refer to them as just the Rooster Teeth 2D department team, I do actually want to give a shout out to the individuals who animated this. Andrew, Christopher, Jen, and Susie, all of you did amazing jobs. Like, holy shit. And of course, the environment and lighting crew, Christina, Billy, Eric, Autumn, like, you guys did superb. This is probably, like, no exaggeration, I think this is better than Omni-Man versus Homelander.
Yeah.
All I can really say is that I agree with you on like a technical front.
Yeah. Hard, but no, it looks very nice overall. I really like how both look. So
Yes. And I have rewatched this animation like 7 times, so I can comfortably say, yeah, it's my favorite episode the department has done.
Nice.
So yeah, and that goes into, man, this episode. Oh my god, this animation really is the definition of timey wimey.
Yep, because they go all over the place, literally.
Yes, we have 5 fight locales.
The madman.
Yes, the madman. I just want to say because I did see one reviewer say this, and I have to respectfully disagree. I really love how well Rick and Morty's models came out.
Yeah, honestly, kind of like looks like they came straight from the show.
It really does. Like, I would not be surprised if they actually either used references or if they were able to get their hands on the models themselves, because these look uncanny. Like, it really doesn't look like the style has been that severely altered to match what I like to call the Rooster Teeth style.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe in some areas, but it really does look like even.
I mean, let's be real. What really is the Rooster Teeth style at this point?
Okay, that's true. Well, I mean,
like, and it seems like every episode, every like hand-drawn episode has like a different style to it.
Yeah, exactly. Which again, that just goes as far back as when we first had a hand-drawn episode with Smokey versus McGruff, where we had a distinct style for that, and then Luis, and then Rooster Teeth themselves. So we've gone through so many different styles, but I think like this is probably, again, just in terms of this crew, this is probably their best work.
Mm-hmm.
And I also just got to say, because I noticed not a lot of people noticing it, like they actually, the attention to detail on the Rick and Morty models are so good. They actually kept the bald spot in the back of Rick's head, but they also brought over the derpy lip face that the characters make in Rick and Morty whenever something confusing happens. They literally just, their lips kind of turn up. It turns upside down, if that makes any sense. It kind of turns upwards, and it's kind of diagonal. It's a very funny expression, and I actually love how they had Morty make it. Oh yeah, speaking of that, Morty's in this.
Yeah, makes a few. Yeah, for a little bit. He's welcomed, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I love how this fight starts. Rick just bumps into the TARDIS and then is immediately yelling at Morty. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, because Morty's drive, which that's very consistent with the show. Morty is not the best driver when it comes to the space cruiser.
You know, I kind of would have. I kind of feel like you should have seen that coming. It's a little kid driving a freaking time traveling spaceship. Like, what did you expect? Every time.
Well, Rick has always wanted to teach Morty how to drive in case he needs him, or or other scenario, Rick's too drunk and can't drive home. So, and he doesn't engage the autopilot. So I guess it just makes more sense for him to teach Morty how to drive it. But yeah, every time Morty has gotten behind the wheel of the space cruiser, he's literally killed people. Like, hell, in one instance, Morty killed the whole Simpsons family.
That's right.
When he was behind the wheel of the space cruiser, and Rick had to make clones of the Simpsons from an alien cow. Don't question it.
The fact that I'm not even like, surprised about that is kind of telling.
Yes.
Yeah.
So great attention.
Don't question it. I'm not questioning it. That seems legit.
Okay. So yes, I actually love that little attention to detail. It's like, oh yeah, Morty's bad at driving the space cruiser, and then Rick gets pissed off and just is like, oh, he is not ignoring me, and just chases the Doctor through the time stream.
Which, honestly, like, even as an outsider, feels perfectly like in character for Rick. Like, and like from what I've been told, yeah, he would do that. He'd be like, you don't ignore me. I'm the smart one.
Yes. And I love the effect, which again, I love how they beautifully constructed the TARDIS and the space cruiser. The TARDIS looks like they just ripped it from somewhere. I know Rooster Teeth tends to make these assets from the ground up, but I'm generally curious if they actually just used a pre-asset of the TARDIS and made the space cruiser from the ground up. The space cruiser's never really been... The space cruiser, ZDogg can attest to this since he has seen the first season, the space cruiser is always drawn digitally. It's never animated in CG or 3D.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, either way, looks very good.
Yes, and also I love, and as everyone's pointed out, I love how Rick shows that he does care for Morty because he tells his shit to keep Morty safe.
Yeah, I do appreciate that there's this, and then a line later on that shows like, oh yeah, he does care about Morty. That's nice. That's nice to see.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I love that our second fight. Well, actually, no. Technically, we go through 6 fight locations if you count the TARDIS traveling through another time.
Yeah.
So I have a question as a huge outsider.
Yes.
What the hell is with the screaming sun?
Okay, so that is from the season 2 episode where Rick and his family are basically ratted out, and they're being hunted by the government, by the Galactic Federation, and Rick is taking them to different Earths. He gets 3 matches, and I'm just going to skip to the final one because it's relevant. He gets to this sun, this planet that is, I guess the best way to describe it, it's like, think of King Kai's planet. It's literally a King Kai version of Earth, where everything is very small. Yes, and like somebody can just walk around the whole thing. It's very small to where you can literally just walk around the whole thing and go through many different areas of it. And the main part of it too is that every time the sun rises, it is screaming in agony. So, yeah, that's the reason for the screaming sun.
Okay.
And then of course I also love how we go to Blitz and Chits. That is also from season 2. That's an arc. There is no easier way to say this. Think of Blitz and Chits as Space Dave and Buster's.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Rick loves to go there. Like, he even, in the episode that Blitz and Chits debuts in, he gets a shitload of coins in alien currency from an assassin that he gives weapons to kill its target, and he uses the currency that the assassin gives him to spend an entire afternoon at Blitz and Chits, which houses a particular game that Rick loves that you actually do see in the background, but it's a sequel. The game, no, it's not. It's called Roy. The game is called Roy, and what Roy is, it's basically a simulated. It's a VR simulation game that is so surreal. When you come out of it your first time, you actually feel like you lived through it. You're essentially controlling a character human called Roy, and you're living his life. And when Morty goes through it his first time, you go through everything. Like, Morty goes through the highs and he goes through the downs. At one point, Roy gets cancer, but he survives. And then he dies at age 58 because he falls off of a step stool and gets crushed by a carpet in his carpet store. And when you die, that's it. The game's over.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Gosh, yeah. Did you catch? If you watched the episode, did you catch that these two are a very weird series?
Yes, but also that's not the only reason the Chits and Blitz portion is interesting, because we get cameos.
Yes, this is cameos galore. In fact, there's even a game called a thing called Cameo Drop. So that's fun. So yeah,
neat references. Our buddy Torok is there, and he didn't tell us.
Yeah. As well as another cameo from freaking Moonray, because of course.
Of course. I've also heard.
Of course.
I have also heard through the grapevine, and by the grapevine, I of course mean the Death Battle Wiki. That like other community members like Red Runner, Gumball Viking, Biff Weed, they're all there too.
Yeah,
yes,
that's nice.
As well as other Death Battle combatants.
Yeah, like Kilo versus Misaka can be seen on on the arcade battle thing.
Yes. We see Stitch versus Rocket. We see Martian Manhunter versus Silver Surfer. We see Martian Man. I already said that. We see Raven versus Phoenix. We see Bill versus
Slasher,
Discord,
that's
of
just
course.
there.
Yeah.
We see him. We also see there's again the Roy. We do see a Roy game that's called Roy 3 Dave's, and it's a reference to one of the animators who has come back, my boy David, and we get to see his actual video where you see Godzilla fight Mechagodzilla, and you also get to see his character from the Devil Artemis universe called Rex in there.
What that was
Yes. And then on the ground, we also see every death battle combatant.
Oh, well, at least all the 3D
and
ones.
yes, most
Yep.
of the 3D ones we see.
Like all the 3D episodes this season have been represented except Cole versus Alex because Smile ?
Well, no, Cole. No, well, Alex was there. Alex actually was there.
Oh, he was.
We
I
got
didn't
to.
see him.
Yeah, he was. Me and Sean went through the whole thing. Kira also pointed out something too. So the characters that are down there are Harley and Jinx, Dimitri and Guts, Darth Vader and
Who's still dead.
I'll go.
Yeah,
back to-
who is
I'll
still
go back
dead.
I'll go back to Guts in a second.
Yes, we see Megatron and Frieza. Megatron is actually sitting down and holding up the table, or if what Kira has told me to be correct, Megatron is the table.
And Frieza is sitting on his leg. That's so cute. I
Yes,
don't know why.
We also see Jinx and Harley Quinn. I don't know if I mentioned them. We see
Blake and Mikasa.
okay. Yes, we see Blake and Mikasa, of course. Billy put that there for me.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So I don't know if I mentioned this because I haven't done anything on our RTX discussion yet because I am a professional. But when we were talking, when me and Nate were talking with Billy at the con after the panel, Billy mentioned before he left, like, I'm gonna try and sneak Blake and Mikasa pretty much wherever I can. And yes, he does it just for Mate. So there he is. Why he did it here and decided not to do it in Build versus Discord is beyond me, but whatever.
Yes, which that is awesome.
Yeah,
that's
and
cool. And they're just sitting there chilling.
Yes, we also see Magneto? Question mark? Kind of. It looks like Magneto. I'm not sure. Me and Sean and Kira think it's either Magneto or it's Wanda. We cannot make heads or tails. And also too
the Chosen Undead and the Dragonborn. They're sitting with Dimitri while
Yes.
Vince is just standing there, still dead.
so sad.
But that's not the weirdest cameo of all.
I'm just gonna be honest. That's the funniest thing in this episode. Like the fact that,
Yes.
like the fact that, just the idea of Dimitri like wandering around, like he's hanging out with two like knights, like medieval knights, while his friend is just still standing there dead.
But that's not the weirdest cameo of
Just
all.
the idea of that makes me laugh.
Oh, this is gonna make you laugh harder. Thanks to Kira Armstrong for pointing this out, and me and Sean had to go through the video like 5 times until we finally saw it at the right angle. The weirdest cameo of all, at the bottom of the Blitz and Chits portion, Thomas the Tank Engine is there.
Okay,
Oh, and so is and so is the dragon from the Dragonborn versus the Chosen Undead.
Fun.
Yep.
Yeah. And backtracking a little, there's one arcade.
Yes, go ahead. We might be on the same wavelength, so go ahead.
Probably. There's one arcade machine that might be important to mention. One that is out of order, saying Columbo,
No, that's
the
not.
Kira files.
No, that's not what
I wonder if that's hinting towards anything. Anyway. Nah, but it's funny.
No, what I was gonna bring up was that there was another arcade machine that had a portrait of Rick and the Doctor's cameo in Bill versus Discord.
Oh, yeah, that's fun. So, yeah,
which I'm
very fun.
Which I'm like,
sorry.
After I saw this episode get announced, I'm like, oh, okay, well now I know why that's there. So fun.
Yeah. But, yeah, fun set of cameos all around, and makes for a fun scene while Rick is the Doctor's fighting Rick with a freaking spoon.
I don't know
because
the fact that exists or the fact that I am not even surprised.
Exactly. Freaking exactly. But yeah, fun scene all around.
I too can fight a crazy drunk scientist with a spoon.
Yes, I agree with you guys. I actually love that they brought out the spoon, which again, that is one of the Doctor's other main weapons that he uses. I also just love how we do get to see the robotic appendages Rick uses from the show. It was cool. Although they don't go as heavily all out with them as I expect, because when we see them debuted in, I believe it's season 3. Yes, it is season 3. He doesn't just have robotic arms. He has a targeting system on his eye. He has a cybernetic eye, and his hand kind of transforms into a little toy gun that fires a plastic grappling hook that can acquire things. So, yeah, sure. Rick's cybernetic enhancements are crazy, but I understand why they kept it simple to just, he has the 4 arms, because that was probably much easier to animate. And I love how we got to see the use of the sonic screwdriver.
Yeah, very good use of it.
Yeah.
Yes, even though, truth be told, as much as I love the 10th Doctor, his sonic screwdriver is not my favorite design. It has to go to the 11th. These two would know. They saw the sonic screwdrivers in action. All 3 different versions of them. Yeah, and I also love how we go down from Blitz and Shits, and we go into the Weeping Angels area. That was so cool.
No, that was a really cool scene. And Doctor decides to do a little trolling here as well.
Yes, he's actually lies to Rick. Yes, which is actually the opposite, because if you blink or if you turn your back, these things will come closer to you, and if they touch you, they won't kill you in the traditional sense. They'll feed off of your energy by trapping you in a displaced moment in time where you get to live out the rest of your life until they decide they've had enough of you, and then you die.
Because, that's not terrifying at all.
Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, totally. And I also love how we go back. And our final segment is our final fight locale is inside the TARDIS, which again I have to give the most props to this team and the environment team. They really paid attention to how the 10th Doctor's TARDIS looks. It looks so fucking good. It literally comes straight out of his series. Again, to quote the 11th Doctor, yeah, it's his grunge phase. Don't worry, he grows out of it eventually. Although, I do believe maybe for the purposes of this fight, they actually made the 10th Doctor's inner interior of his TARDIS. I think they made it bigger, because it's not supposed to be that big. It's not supposed to be that massive, but I think they did that just because of the models. I don't know. That's just me. I did notice that. And also, we got the multiple Ricks. So
yeah, Rick Barrage. That's fun.
Yes. I don't know where these Ricks came from. I assume probably in a random point in time they all just came here, because we do see one Rick who's completely naked, which kind of foreshadows the climax a little bit. So I'm willing to assume that's exactly what it is. It's all of the different. It's literally, oh yeah, I can do that too. In fact, it's kind of my thing. So here's an army of me from every second we fought.
Pretty much.
And we get to see what and we get to see some running action. I like how we get to see the Doctor run throughout the whole TARDIS, and even the TARDIS itself gets to play around in this.
Yep. Pulls a fast one on all the Ricks, and just swaps rooms.
Because the TARDIS can do that.
Yeah. Why not?
Again, do not piss off the TARDIS. And then we get to this climax, which, okay, how intense was this climax?
Mm-hmm. It kind of had me on the edge of my seat, not gonna lie.
Yes, I really do love how it kind of, I don't want to say it gives us a fake out, because we all know the Doctor, but I love how Rick just portals out of the Doctor's back and shoots him in the 2 hearts, by the way. And he goes through the whole regeneration process. And it's pretty much shot for shot how it was whenever the 10th Doctor regenerated at the end of the series. Like he once again ends up destroying his TARDIS, and we get the I actually, and this is where the intense factor really gets in. I love how it's like, well, Rick's kind of screwed because he's trying to go through a portal, but the TARDIS is collapsing and it's blocking the way to his portal.
Yeah.
And so Rick uses the gun that he would use on Toxic Rick. Well, no, that Toxic Rick would use on him, where he injects his DNA into a bullet, fires the bullet. If it hits you, it fires. You come out xenomorph style, a perfect full-grown clone of yourself, but you're naked because
By the way, for those
close.
who are, I've seen people talk about why didn't Rick shoot the Doctor? While
Oh yes, that.
From what I've gathered, the intent was that the Doctor hadn't started regenerating yet. So even if Rick did shoot him, then he would just regenerate that too.
Yes, I have seen a lot of people. I've seen that be questioned. One person actually suggests that perhaps the Rick, even though it's brought up in the post analysis, but for the animation, it does seem like Rick has knowledge on Time Lords, because he tells him to hurry up, as if he's waiting for him to regenerate. But Rick's arrogance gets the better of him, because he doesn't count on the Doctor literally pulling out his screwdriver from his sleeve and then disabling his tech. And then, of course, there's the kill shot, which, holy shit, that was a creative kill shot.
Yeah, which I'd like to kind of backpedal before, because there is a detail that I do really like about this, now that I realize it. So the D gun, that's what gets this. Yes, that's what gets the killing blow. But someone pointed out to me that you can see the Doctor hesitate a little before actually grabbing it,
Yes.
Oh, should to kill someone, because pacifist, kind of.
Yes.
Can be tricky to do that and implement that into a death battle sometimes. But then the whole back portal things comes out, and I think it's very clever how they handled this. Is that the Doctor technically did not get the final blow in on Rick. It's Rick himself that does.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Rick pretty much orchestrates his own death. Like, as soon as he fired the portal out of the Doctor's back, it was to Rick didn't realize that portal was still there. So when Rick grabs the DMAT gun, tries to, end the Doctor, of course, I know this goes into the voice section, but I have to just say it. The Doctor just pulls out the old Allons-y and then turns his back, and the beam goes through the portal on his back to the portal in the TARDIS, and it hits Rick. And we see not just that Rick, but we see all of the Ricks who were in the TARDIS minutes earlier. All of them are gone. So presumably, because this is what the DMAT gun does, not only was C-137 Rick erased, but all of the Ricks in the multiverse were erased.
Yeah.
So I really love that.
Who that is.
Yes, because that gets into the we actually do get a prologue. We haven't had a prologue in a while. Because it could have just ended there with KO, but no, it goes on for a couple seconds longer because we see, which again, this is another great detail, because Rick has been erased from all of time and space. The Doctor never regenerates into the 10th Doctor, never regenerates into the 11th Doctor. He's still the 10th Doctor, or David Tennant Doctor in this case.
Yeah, I was about to say, to be clear, I think it's specifically the 14th Doctor.
For the purposes of this analysis, they were using everything they were using the most recent. Even though ironically the 14th Doctor hasn't really, his specials haven't come out yet, but it's still David Tennant. But just for the simulation animation, me and Kira, me and friends basically it's our headcanon. That's the 10th Doctor. Same suit, same screwdriver, wearing sand shoes. That's the 10th. Like, don't care. But still, I like how it resets. And now the Doctor gets to talk to Morty, and then we see Rick as a ghost haunting Morty. Which, yeah, so that's another fun fact. When the DMAT gun hits you, obviously you are erased from all of time and space. The only way you can survive it is if the people that remember that you knew, you have to convince them very, very hard not to forget you.
Oh.
Damn.
Okay. Okay, that makes that scene even better then.
Yes. That's why Rick haunts Morty and tells him, if you forget me, I'll haunt your ass. And Morty, he has no knowledge of him. So
Good luck, Rick.
essentially now Rick is forever going to be a ghost that Morty will not know until Rick just fades away.
So I have another outside question. I literally
What's that?
thought of right now.
Okay.
If the Doctor, does the Doctor remember Rick?
It takes time to catch up.
Okay. Because I
Yeah.
also know that like time manipulation is something that doesn't work on the Doctor. So, well, I guess this isn't.
No, it doesn't. Not. Yeah, no. It's just think of it like all of them saving Gallifrey. They won't remember that happened until it catches up to them. So I think at some point the Doctor will remember Rick, but
it's just I interpreted that scene of him like talking to Morty like, don't turn out like your asshole grandfather. Goodbye.
Yeah, which also too but I still do love how we do get that. So now a different way of how that scene plays out is now in my head, Morty accidentally bumps into the TARDIS. The Doctor comes out, is very friendly and chatty with him, leaves, and then all of a sudden, here's a ghost of Rick. Which, by the way, I would love to see people do very much similar to Tanjiro, to Jonathan taking Tanjiro's sister under his protection. I would love to see Morty become the Doctor's next companion.
I've seen a lot of discussion before this episode came out, like, is that going to be a thing? And, well, it wasn't, but now you can headcanon it, smile.
Yes, exactly. Well, again, the Doctor doesn't just take anybody. It really comes down to the impression you leave on him, and if he believes you're worthy enough to be his next companion. But yeah, that was the animation, and holy shit!
Maybe the Doctor can make Morty less of a dumbass.
I would say he can.
That's the hard part. That's a hard sell.
Yes. Well, again, okay, Morty isn't 100% like, okay. Morty is smart by the series now. Morty is smart. He's the smartest. He's the second smartest person in his family. Like, if you want more, Morty is more smarter than his father. His father is, of course, the major dumbass who is always getting bullied by Rick. So Morty has actually grown some intelligence of his own because with his adventures with Rick. So he's not as smart as Rick, but he is smarter than most humans his age.
Well, I guess that's to be expected.
Yeah, that's what happens when you travel with Rick for 7 seasons.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
anyway, so the voice acting's pretty neat, huh?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. Okay. Okay. Brent Williams as Rick, and Elliot as the Doctor, or the David Tennant Doctor. Let's just make it that easy.
And I think they did pretty swell.
I mean, I won't lie, it's not what I expected Rick to sound like, but I guess I like it.
Okay. It's not that it's not that too far off of what he actually sounds like. Because granted, since it would have been better. Again, this is why it would have been better if they still brought if they brought end clips back, just so you can get an idea of what they sound like. But for the most part, that is what Rick sounds like. There were some sections near the end where, like when he's confronting the Doctor, and he's like, when he's confronting the Doctor and waiting for him to regenerate, Brett's voice does kind of slip a little bit. But I like to think that maybe that's just him. He's not just doing a Justin Roiland impression, but he is also doing his own thing, which I give mad respect to. But yeah, that's pretty much what Rick sounds like.
It honestly sounds more like an impression of the new guy.
It does, yeah.
I did see someone post a clip of some part of, I think it's the new season.
Yes.
You know, the one where Rick basically beats the shit out of another version of himself.
Yes, that's Rick Prime. That's his arch nemesis.
Okay. Yeah, and he sounds pretty much identical to how that sounds. I just heard the one in the fight first, so I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Again, just yeah, that's not too far off. Justin, of course, Justin's voice, you know, it was iconic, but now it's like it's a voice anybody can do. So really, it's not that special anymore. So oops. Also, Liam is Morty. Want to mention that real quick. I did see a lot of people. I did see some people kind of nitpick Liam's Morty. It was fine. It wasn't perfect, but again, it was fine.
I mean,
it did the job. So
like whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
they weren't.
I think it sounded fine in the beginning.
They weren't gonna hire some like big professional voice actor to do like 2 lines as Morty.
No, and they weren't gonna hire an outsider, and they weren't gonna hire a YouTube impressionist to also do that. It made sense that they just had Liam be the voice, And Liam does capture the mannerisms. I think he did a good job with the material he was given.
Yeah.
I just think
he's got the mannerisms down.
I just think it's funny that like anytime they need like a background voice or like don't have a voice actor in place, they either get Billy or they get Liam.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to say
Eustace in the computer in the last episode and now Morty here, like.
Yes.
I just think
it's so fucking good. Yes, and I was interested because I even looked through the credits, but because I was like, did they get anybody to voice the angry son that comes up? But no, it's been a while since I've seen the season 2 finale, so I'm assuming that is that is the original voice of the angry son. I don't think it's Justin doing the voice, but it's somebody doing it. Either way,
I would have thought it was just Brent.
Yeah, no, right?
Sounds like Rick.
But it kind of does, yeah. I also do got to give, again, like Rick's opening dialogue straight up made me funny, which, by the way, interesting difference. The YouTube version is censored, and the Rooster Teeth version is uncensored. I don't know why that is.
The preview is uncensored, too, which I think is hilarious.
Which is,
yes, I really do love Brent's opening intro as Rick. Oh, jeez, Rick, I didn't see him there. Shut the fuck up, Morty. I knew time we're suicidal morons, but who knew they didn't have rear view mirrors?
God.
That's when Brent sold me. I was like, okay, yeah, he's got it. Like I can literally feel the passion and the energy he's got. And also too, I think. God.
Nope, you're.
Oh no, that.
I was about to move on, so you can.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I think Brent captured the mannerisms and the energy Rick is known for. I also love some of his dialogues, like the the line "Keep quipping, asshole. Maybe you'll find a good joke on the ground next to your teeth." That line just stuck out to me. And then, of course, the end line where he actually, once again, he actually does show his care and love for Morty because he's telling the doctor that that Morty isn't going to die an idiot. He believes that his grandson is going to not die in a stupid way. Like the fact that we're showing that Rick does have a softer side for Morty when Morty isn't around, I very much like that. I think that was a good choice to show his character, because if you just had that's the thing, if you ever go and watch Rick and Morty and you just expect Rick to be an asshole to everybody and not like anybody, that makes him that makes it hard for you to get invested in him and for you to like him. So I do like that they actually chose to have that, like either Liam or Ben, or just both of them in general. I like that they both had they both brought out Rick's softer side for Morty as his grandfather. I think that was very good.
Yeah, I think it was a nice touch to do that. So
yes, but yeah, no. And I also like how we did get one wubba lubba dub dub, so that was nice.
I mean, you kind of had to get one in for him, like
yes. Which again, in his best friend's language, that actually means "help me, I am in great pain."
But then Elliot Crossley, though.
Yes, I was going to transition. Oh my God. Okay. So, I did not know of Elliot. I knew of a David Tennant impersonator, but Elliot was not on my radar. But I'm so happy I heard of him now, because holy shit, he sounds fucking identical to David Tennant. It's really not does. Even funny.
Yeah, this is if you would have told me that was David Tennant, I would have not have bat an eye. So
it's even funnier because apparently this dude is actually like a professional, like an official impersonator that they actually got from some Doctor Who media. He's been
doing his 10th Doctor voice for literally 10 years. I checked his YouTube channel. He's had some great collaborations. He's done some great projects. He's literally worked very hard on his David Tennant 10th Doctor impression. So he's pretty much mastered it. And this is like another case of Austin Lee Matthews, where it's like, oh my God, that literally is like 1-to-1. Yeah, no, he had the charm, he had the wit, he had the badass speeches. My favorite line, which by the way, this is
that one at the end. That's my favorite line reading this entire episode.
Yes, like, so this is pretty much my favorite line that I knew they had to bring in, because I forgot to mention, both the Doctor and Rick are kind of autistic, kind of. They do have autistic tendencies. Rick has kind of been confirmed as being autistic, whereas the Doctor has those autistic mannerisms and tendencies. So one of them being for the 10th Doctor is when he's visiting an alien hospital. This is where this line where he's battling Rick with the spoon comes in. It's an advanced alien hospital run by cat people. And he says, this hospital's nice, but it needs a little shop. And and every time we see him, and when we see him again in the season 3 premiere, he actually is surprised that there are shops in the human hospital that he's in. So he loves his little shops, and I love that they worked that in here. And then then his speech at the end, and of course he gives the classic. You guys, these two actually got a taste of it, but I love how they obviously had to throw in his classic line, "I don't want to go." Mm-hmm. And of course he's the Doctor, and then finally the Allons-y. Oh God, yes, no, Elliot is what carried this episode's animation. He legit was fantastic as the 10th/14th Doctor, or just the David Tennant Doctor.
There you go.
We'll just keep it at that.
Yeah.
Yes. Great casting. This is like, we have been on a roll with these casting choices.
Yeah.
We really have.
And again, if you guys ever decide to watch Doctor Who, David Tennant, I would not blame you if you just started with David Tennant's run as the 10th and then just stop there, because again, his series is the best. Yeah. Then there's the track.
Yeah, I was about to say that there's the soundtrack, I guess.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, oh my God, that's perfect. That is so perfect.
Yeah.
It pretty much captures both of their song motifs perfectly. It does throw in. Okay, so ZDogg is the only one since he's the only one who's seen a full season of Rick and Morty. You hear it in the intro. I love how they incorporated Rick's musical style from his intro into this track. Aaron did a great job with that. And from what a friend told me when we did a reaction to this, it does sound like Aaron included motifs from not just the 10th Doctor, but also maybe from the 11th? I don't know. I didn't get the 11th Doctor track vibes, but I definitely could hear 10 in there. Yeah. It was a great track. I listened to it on its own. It sounds fantastic. You're going to hear me say this a lot. It sounds fantastic. It's awesome to listen to on its own, but I think it really does enrich the fighting experience for the animation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds. I dig it. I think it complements the fight nicely, and
yes.
And I don't really have anything more to add on that matter. I don't know. I think
that's fair.
I think it's okay.
Yeah. So moving on to, I guess, now our overall thoughts.
Yep.
Um,
I thought it was a pretty neat adventure. So
I guess I should probably explain why I
think.
haven't been talking as much, huh?
Yeah. Please explain.
Because honestly, this episode just didn't do it for me. I mean, okay, let me rephrase that.
Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Because that makes it sound worse than it actually is. It's a good episode. I'm just gonna say that right now. I kind of go into it on in my reaction. And I kind of like abridge it on Twitter, but this is just not. It's not my match, honestly. Like, this isn't a match that like is. I'm not the target audience for this match, clearly. So, and even when it was announced, I was just like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing this now. And now that it's out, my biggest hope for this episode was that it would convince me to care. No, that sounds wrong. Well, because like the only piece of media I've absorbed for both of them was the Day of the Doctor short that Richard showed us. And it didn't. I had no real desire. I had no real desire to get into either franchise before I watched the episode, and I still kind of don't now. And honestly, what I was kind of alluding to before we started talking about the fight, maybe it's just because I'm a huge outsider, but the analyses kind of felt like they went on for a while. And like I understand that like there's a lot to cover. I understand that. But for someone who was just like not really invested, I guess, I was just like, there were times during the doctor's analysis that I was sitting there thinking, oh my god, we are still going. So, I mean, I still had fun with it, but yeah. Like I said, I'm clearly not the target audience for this fight. So, but I mean, hey,
Yeah.
Look at it this way. If the worst I have to say about this episode is it's not my thing, then you still made a good episode.
there you go.
So
I can definitely see this being like I could definitely, when we get to our ranking, I could totally see this being in Bros, like maybe top 10 if we're lucky. Like again, I do want to say when we do because that is something I want to talk to these guys off camera about when we eventually do our season ranking for the season. But I have an idea, and I want to try maybe one more time to get Bro at least, maybe not interested, but just get him to raise his hype levels for at least the Doctor, because Rick and Morty at this point, it's take it or leave it, but at least for the Doctor's side, because it really is something that I feel like, okay, there's always that one episode of Doctor Who that can at least get you to respect, and at the very least say, that was actually pretty good. Would I watch the whole series? Probably not, but it's like this one episode was a good one and done for me.
well, I mean, that was what the Day of the Doctor was. So
Yes, but clearly, in hindsight, I do wish I would have chosen a 10th Doctor episode.
I mean,
because that kind of was the whole thing about this, which I guess that slingshots over to me. I do love this episode, but I don't love this episode because I am a massive Doctor Who fan. I'm not a massive Doctor Who fan. I've only been a Whovian for like months now, and I guess I've been a closeted who.
I still can't.
Yeah, I've been a. It's better than Trekkies or Trekkers, okay? Yeah, so I've been a closeted Whovian all of my life, but I've just never watched the show. And when I finally did this past summer, I grew more attached to only 2 iterations, if not 3 iterations of the Doctor. The 9th was fine. He's very underrated, but he was undone by corporate scrutiny and bullshit. 10th really is the fan favorite. Like, you think of Doctor Who, of modern Doctor Who, everybody immediately points to the 10th Doctor and David Tennant's performance as him as the reason why they got into it, or how he was their Doctor. Then the 11th, then there's the 11th and the 12th, who just go back and forth. So I'm satisfied that this episode managed to at least do good on the modern series side. I still have not seen a single episode of the original series because I either have to buy a collection of Blu-rays that are already ranging over $35 to $40, and even then, I maybe only could get invested in one of them because the original series is very, very cheesy and it was very cheap. If anybody knows anything, if anybody can can say that, if anybody can confirm what I'm saying, it's Jaru Jaru. So yeah, but the Rick and Morty side of me was happy because I got to see Rick in Death Battle. I love that we got Morty. And I feel like this episode was, again, it was made just for me, but only on the sense of the Rick and Morty aspect and the modern Doctor Who aspect. So I kind of feel like I'm not getting the whole package. I'm getting half of it, but that half is good enough for me. It's not like Scooby versus Courage where I consumed everything. So I do have to kind of cite that Scooby versus Courage is slightly better than this episode, just because of I have way, way more investment in it. But still, this episode is literally fighting to get in my top 3, and that's insane. So props to everyone around for creating another Grand Slam 2D episode. I legit did not hyperbolate. I think this is the best episode this team at Rooster Teeth have done, and it is more better to me than Omni-Man versus Homelander, just because it actually is a back and forth fight instead of how long is it going to take before this guy dies to this guy, kind of thing. So, yeah, it was. Right. It delivered on the timey wimey.
All right, and I guess since I'll go a little more in depth with how I feel instead of just one sentence. No, honestly, I think if nothing else, I think this episode just made me more invested in getting into both series aside from what I already watched beforehand. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought the analyses were a fun ride. Max did great on the editing. Fight was really fun. Really liked the performances, even though I felt like a few lines could have been read better, but I'm not going to lose sleep. But they did. The actors did good with what, I don't know. The actors did good regardless. Fight was fun. Death was fun. Liked a few little character attention to detail moments. Yeah, I don't know. As a semi-outsider, I had a really good time with it, and happy with everyone. Happy with fans of both that they got their representation at all, and I thought it turned out pretty good. So, yeah.
Well, all right then.
So,
man.
All right, here we go.
So,
man.
So, where the hell do we go from here? So, let me
that's
ask
a good question.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Okay.
What do you think? what could be the penultimate episode? No, actually, no. I take that back. What could be the finale for this season? Yeah. What matches spring to mind? Some might say Galactus versus Unicron, and to be fair, that's a valid, that's a valid answer. Some might say, I don't know, some weird out of nowhere match. Like, I don't know, Liam's been pushing Light versus Columbo, so maybe it could be that. Or maybe, since this show's been going on for over 10 years and a certain ginormous half-hour long episode just turned like 10 years old earlier this year, maybe it could be Goku versus Superman. And
What?
Oh my god! Somebody give me a motherfucking table to flip!
I mean, hey, that's a good guess. So please tell me, please explain to me how this is not the finale, and it's actually the literal next episode.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What? Like, huh? like you don't just drop this on us, Adam.
Well, they did. Okay. And they're mad for it.
What? Okay, I need to get my voice lower. What in? Okay. Like.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I'm going back.
Can I just go ahead and ask the question that's on all of our minds right now?
Yes.
What the hell?
Well, I know, right?
What the hell, indeed. This is. Wow. This has got to be the most bizarre penultimate episode, like, of all time.
Okay, so just ignoring the shock of this episode, and believe me, there is some. Ignoring the shock of this episode just existing in the first place. Why the hell is this not the finale?
That's a good question.
What's this happening at all is a surprise enough in itself. Just the fact that this would be okay. Granted, we don't know what the finale is, and I know we had that whole spiel with Gogeta Vegeta, don't judge a finale by its matchup or whatever. But this is Goku versus Superman. This is this is a really important event in Death Battle history. It was the finale in the very first season.
Okay. Well, to be fair, I guess now it makes sense why they're dropping this as the penultimate. If we backtrack all the way to the magical year of 2015, literally after Darth Vader versus Dr. Doom, they drop an announcement for Goku versus Superman 2. And it was I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? How?
Yeah, but at least Goku vs. Superman 2 was episode 50 and premiered at a convention.
This is true, but again, it can't be denied that episode it can't be denied that episode not being the finale was such a weird decision. Again, yes, it was intentional, but that still doesn't change the fact that, they could have had it as a finale if they wanted to. So, I don't know. I'm lost for words right now. I haven't been this lost for words since Aquaman versus SpongeBob.
Yeah, this is coming from me. I know, but we had like ZDogg said, we had this whole spiel last year about Gogeta versus Vegeta being a finale. We had this whole debate over whether or not what determines a finale. Blah 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 blah. You've been there. And this is coming from me. I don't know why this isn't the finale.
I think if this is the penultimate episode, it means they've got to have something extra cooking in the oven to deliver as the finale.
More than likely.
It has to be bigger than this, because there really is no other match. There are so few matchups that can literally say they are bigger than Goku versus Superman. Like, this is the grandfather of all debates, and you don't just put it as a penultimate episode in this chapter of this season. You just, especially since this is the 10th season, that's the even craziest part. This is the 10th season, and this iconic matchup that got the series where they are now, and is still to this day the highest grossing and viewed episode of all time. You put you do it again, but you do it as the penultimate.
Yeah.
That is so fucking weird. But again, I think they
obviously we don't know what the finale is, so like I don't want to like get
no.
Like I don't.
There's
like I was about to say judgmental. But
no,
that's not the right term.
We're not here. We're not here to put on. We're not here to play conspiracy theorist, and we're not here to connect dots.
Mm-hmm.
We're here to talk about this episode and now this debate, which this is a bros first, by the way.
Yeah.
Because we've never talked about this.
Yeah, we're finally talking about our own take on Goku versus Superman.
Yes.
Yep. Oh boy.
Yeah. This is something that we could drag out for like 2 hours if we really wanted to.
Yeah, but also let's not.
Do we, though?
Do we? No, I don't know. But it's just like this is very much this debate. It's like saying the sky is blue, but this debate has literally been the biggest debate of like internet kind.
Mm-hmm.
We have been debating this for 20 years since the internet was born in the early 2000s, when this topic really started to kick off, and then it kept going and going and going until it eventually faded out. And then this show brought it back, and it got everybody talking again. Then it died down.
And then it faded again. And now here we are.
And yes,
like,
yes. So,
like, okay,
but
sure.
It's a come full circle. We really have come full circle now, haven't we?
Yeah.
You haven't. We have. But, and I guess, because I guess this also adds on to the odd factor of it all. Like, truth be told, and I know, like, you know, I don't control Death Battle, so, like, it's not my thing. But honestly, I don't know. In my head, I always imagined this would be like like if they were to ever redo this matchup, like in the modern era, I kind of expected it to be like the penultimate episode, period. Like the episode that like came before Wiz versus Brobuscus.
I've heard that.
Idea. Yeah.
Like, because, you know, like, I mean, like, I don't know. I just think that would be, like, one of the most fitting ways to, like, end the show before.
You are correct. Yeah. Some have even said that this episode is a candidate for the 200th episode.
Yeah.
Like,
that's true.
It is. It's crazy. But that being said, again, it's here. And now, like I said, we've come full circle.
And we gotta live with that. If you don't like it, bad.
well, I mean, there are a lot of people.
Well.
Yeah. So, real quick, just want to say, is it kind of superfluous at this point for us to just give our history with these two characters, because they are so fucking iconic, and they're so enriched in our society here in America that you would be hard pressed to find somebody who doesn't know who the fuck Goku and Superman are, like as characters.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what? There is nothing more that needs to be said when you really dive deep into their mythology. Goku was Goku is hailed as the greatest anime protagonist in Japan. Like, his franchise kicked off shonen, and he is responsible, and he became the granddad of it, and he inspired a new generation in the early 2000s with Naruto, with Bleach, with One Piece, and now he's kind of he's still proving that despite no matter what questionable choices Toriyama Sensei and Toyotaro make with this franchise, Goku is still relevant and still can be a generational influence.
Careful, Richard. The One Piece fans will hear you.
Yes, you are correct. They will hear me, and I'm just going to remind them. Look, I love One Piece too, but please do not. Please, do not act as if you wouldn't be where you are without the dude in the orange pajamas over there. Just please do not believe that you are wholly that you didn't need his influence. I'm just saying, like, and again, the fans can be upset about that statement all they want, but even manga creators have admitted that Goku has been a large influence on them. Hell, Goku is the reason why we here in America knew about Dragon Ball. He's the reason why we all got into versus debating, animating, and manga in general. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, there's Superman. Again, same thing, but on a grander scale.
It's bleeping Superman.
Superman. Okay, now the Dragon Ball fans are going to be upset. Goku may be what I just said, but Superman dwarfs him because Superman was the first superhero in American history. He has existed for over almost 90 years, and he has inspired and created so much. Like, DC Comics may have started with Batman. That's where they got their name. But the person who kicked it off was Superman. He's the greatest American icon of all time. Like, he's the only ones who come close to him in terms of that kind of longevity and popularity is fucking Bugs Bunny or Mickey Mouse. There have been countless movies, millions of hundreds of thousands of comics, TV shows. There have been so many people who have portrayed this character, and in some way, shape, or form, when we are born, there were three superheroes that we always are introduced and we gravitate to: Batman, Spider-Man, and Superman.
Yep.
These are the big three, and Superman, I would argue, is more likely to inspire people to be not just a superhero for a fantasy, but Superman has transcended people to actually want to be good people. That's a concept I know that's hard to believe, but no, it's like people cite Superman. Literatures have cited this character as being a major influence on shaping somebody as a person.
Yeah.
So, again,
like, look.
Y'all
can have your debates about which anime character is the most iconic, but if you're gonna tell me that Goku is more iconic than Superman, then I really think you need to buy a dictionary and look up just what the word iconic means.
Yes,
yeah.
I mean,
look, nothing against Goku, nothing against Dragon Ball, but it's bloody Superman.
Yes,
Superman.
It is like we've all had we have all literally from birth, as I just said, we've all experienced and been enriched with this character and his world and his values. Like there really is, like, okay, a great authors and literaries have often said that Superman is essentially the modern day Hercules. He created this myth of heroes and pantheons. And that is something that no other anime character can even hope to compete with. Yes, Goku, again, like Bro said, you can have the argument that maybe Goku is the greatest anime character of all time. Yes, maybe. He's been around for 40 years, but he has never been that much of a popular cultural icon to where he is considered this amongst literal people with degrees in mythology and literacy. So yeah, I thought it was just important. Like, it's like, how can we talk about our histories with these two characters? Again, they've existed ever since they have existed before the three of us were born.
Yeah. Like if you literally, it's kind of hard to not at least have heard of these characters by now.
Yes, hell. My grandfather and grandmother were born not even my grandfather and grandmother were born at least maybe 3 years after Superman came out.
Damn.
So their generation knew of him before we did.
And on the flip side, have you watched anime before? Good. Now you've heard of Dragon Ball.
Yes.
If you've watched anime before, then you know what Dragon Ball is.
Well, even then, I would say I would like to also raise that. Hey, have you heard of Sun Wukong or read A Journey to the West? You have? Great. Here's Goku.
Pretty much.
Yeah. There's a reason I joked about Heracles versus Sun Wukong being Goku Superman 2.5.
Yes.
2.5.
Hey, now that this episode exists, it might as well be.
Yes. So, and also too, how can we, since we're death battle enthusiasts ourselves?
Well, hold on. So, I mean, going over our histories, that's easy stuff. The question is, the question I must ask is, do we like these two?
Okay.
Because, yes, we've heard of them, obviously.
I mean, I'm wearing. I don't have my Superman jacket or jersey, but I am wearing my Goku shirt right now. So, yes, I used to like Goku as a kid. Goku was one of my favorite anime characters, next to Speed Racer. It was a small list. So yeah, but if you were to ask me as an adult, I think he's okay. Truth be told, I can't really say that he's the top dog anymore in terms of, because Toriyama has decided to just make him the most irresponsible dumbass of all time. Thanks a lot, Super. But I still do enjoy seeing Goku's adventures, and believe it or not, I am very, very excited and optimistic about his new series coming out, Dragon Ball Daima, which Toriyama has said that he's essentially going back to his roots with Dragon Ball. No more transformations, no more power, no more fucking event, no more Earth destruction, no more universe stakes. None of that bullshit that everybody got sick and tired fast with Dragon Ball Super. Hell, no fucking time stakes with the Goku Black arc. No, it's going back to the core principles of what Dragon Ball was. It was an adventure. It was Goku going on an adventure and a quest across different places for a goal. And I like how it is actually going back to that, even if it means that Toriyama is essentially doing his own version of Dragon Ball GT. But still, I am very excited, and I still do like Dragon Ball. I did watch Dragon Ball Resurrection F and Broly in theater, so I think that tells you all you need to know. And Superman, same thing. I've seen everything.
I mean, like, for me, like, I mean, I don't know how much my opinion is validated because I actually like Resurrection of F.
That's fine. I mean, it's a guilty pleasure for me. It's not my favorite. It was my favorite, but then I gravitated back towards Battle of Gods. And I'm gonna be honest, I liked Broly.
Yeah, like movies like Battle of Gods and Broly are better, but like I could still watch Resurrection of F and be like, yeah, this is like, and not even like
it's fun.
Not even like, no, this is a guilty pleasure. No, I just think it's a good movie. Like. Yeah,
no, I guess when I say guilty, like, look, I guess when I say guilty pleasure, I take it as like, look, the writing for Resurrection F, for everybody else is not great. Unless Frieza was that was Frieza's movie. That was his movie. Yeah. Like, so I attribute Resurrection F. This is how I categorize Resurrection F. It's the best Frieza movie that we've ever gotten because it literally focuses and puts the spotlight on him, and everyone else just kind of feels inconsequential. Like even the shit with Goku and Vegeta's new Super Saiyan Blue transformations. Literally, there were no. Literally, how did they describe those transformations? I tapped into something called Super Saiyan God recently, and I found a way to combine it with my Super Saiyan, and here you go. It's like, well, that's kind of lame. Because yeah, what is that? And Dragon Ball Super would kind of do a decent job. They kind of showed the progression of it, but even they didn't. Even they recycled the same information about it that the movie did. It's like, oh yeah, if you just combine Super Saiyan God with Super Saiyan, boom, there you go.
It's Super had the displeasure doing shitty animations, so that's fun.
Yeah, yes, it did. But I'm gonna
be honest.
Yeah, go
ahead. Super's rendition of Resurrection of F is inferior in like literally every single way that I've seen. Super's adaptation of Resurrection of F is so bad.
It's almost like. It's almost like they like Toei was trying to get the animators who worked on Resurrection F, but they couldn't do it because they were working on the One Piece movie at the time. So they had to instead get animators who had never, to my knowledge, worked on anything Dragon Ball related before, and that's why that animation looked cheap.
Honestly, funnily enough, that's kind of how I feel about its adaptation of Battle of Gods as well.
Oh God, yes, no, absolutely.
Its adaptation of honestly, great start for Super to be not only like adaptations, like abridged versions of two movies, but for those abridged versions to be really, really bad.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I don't like them.
You would not be blamed if you just watched Battle of Gods and Resurrection F, the movies, and then started watching Super with the Universe 6 versus Universe 7 arc. But that's the interesting thing. Battle of Gods and Resurrection F were never meant to be gateways into Dragon Ball Super. They were meant to be continuations of Z, because Toriyama was pissed off at how we here in America did Dragon Ball Evolution, so he decided to come out of retirement and do Battle of Gods.
My gosh!
And then
that story
he was
will never not be funny to me.
Yeah.
Like Toriyama hated Evolution so goddamn much that he brought Dragon Ball back to life.
For better or for worse, but you know what?
It's not getting.
I'm happy that he brought it back. No, but but the anime is not the best. I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
But anyway,
it's not. But you're not getting worse than Evolution.
Yeah, no. But just real quick. Yes, I've also seen everything with Superman. I haven't read all of his comics. I've read some comics, but I've mostly always been a fan of Superman when it comes to visual media. I grew up with the Max Fleischer cartoon. I grew up with the Superman the Animated Series, his adventures in the Justice League / Unlimited. I used to play some Superman games back in the day. I was the poor bastard who did play Superman 64 on my Nintendo 64. And
just about to ask that.
yes, but I also played the god-awful Xbox exclusive Superman Man of Tomorrow game, which was a continuation of a storyline that you would not have known about if you weren't keeping up with the comics at the time. And I also played the Superman Returns video game. I had a lot of fun. Like, although truth be told, I would cause destruction in Metropolis and just pretend that I was Bizarro, because Bizarro was in that game, I think. I had a lot of fun playing Superman in. I have a soft spot for that movie. It's a guilty pleasure. I mean, I think it's better than Man of Steel. I played Lego Batman 2.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Sorry, you go.
Okay, well, I was gonna say, like, Superman Returns is, like, honestly one of the first. I think it's one of the first Superman movies I ever watched. So like I have like a bit of a soft spot for it, but then I like a few years ago I went back and tried to rewatch it. I couldn't get like halfway through before I was like, all right, nope, can't do this anymore. That movie is boring as shit.
Yeah, no, it's understandable. I get what the approach was, but it wasn't good. I did play, and then yes, I played the Lego Batman game. I had a lot of fun playing the Superman, and still holding out hope for a good Superman game. You know, whenever WB Games gaming division decides to finally get the fuck off their asses and actually make one. But regardless, I've seen all of the Superman movies, all of them. I loved the Christopher Reeve movies. Those were my favorite renditions of Superman. Like, I am one of those people who still to this day thinks Christopher Reeve is one of the best actors to play him in live action. I saw Superman Returns. I thought it was fine. I liked it. I actually think Brandon Routh did a pretty serviceable job. It wasn't the dude's fault. Bryan Singer was a complete fucking scumbag who mistreated him. And when he tried to make a sequel to Superman Returns, he blamed Brandon Routh for why the movie failed, and he was going to recast him without telling him. So, but then Hollywood, but then the stuff about him came out, and Hollywood rightly punished him, and that son of a bitch is getting what he deserved. So yeah, good things happened. Karma happened. I did see. Yeah, Carmen is the bitch. I did see I did see Man of Steel in theaters. And it doesn't help that was my first Superman movie that I saw in theaters. But I had fun. I liked it for what it was, but then I've kind of had a love-hate relationship with it. And I think if I honestly went back and rewatched it, I would like it good enough. I would like it fine. It's not that bad, but it's not that great. I understand what it was trying to be. I have seen all of the animated movies, all of them, even and even that, and of course, I've seen some of the Superman shows. I did see a couple episodes of Smallville. Please do not watch Smallville. It ain't worth it. I did see. Oh my God. I did see some of the old school Superman serials. I did check out a few episodes of the George Reeves Superman series. I haven't seen all of the Adventures of Superboy 90s show. I did see like 1 or 2 episodes of Lois and Clark. Wasn't my thing. Also, Dean Cain is not the best Superman, and he's a questionable person. Just throw that out there. And I have seen Superman and Lois. It's amazing. It is the best Superman live action show, like, period. And finally, I loved My Adventures with Superman. It was fucking phenomenal. It wasn't perfect, but oh my god, let me just put it to you guys like this. That was our first Superman show in over 25 years.
What?
Damn.
We have not had a Superman cartoon since the original Superman the Animated Series ended back in 1998 or 99 or 2000, I can't remember. Yes, and we almost did have a couple of new Superman cartoons in the early 2000s. One of them was going to be made and directed by Gendy Tartakovsky, a.k.a. the creator of Samurai Jack and Dexter's Laboratory. But Warner Brothers pulled the plug on it and canceled it.
Damn.
So, yes. No, he can't. But thank God they learned their place. They realized what they got, because now they're giving him whatever he wants. Now, anything he wants, he can have it. He's untouchable now. So, yes, I fancy myself a Superman fan. I've always been a fan of this character. Hell, I met Brandon Routh not once but twice, and he was so genuinely nice. He was Superman to me, like that. He is the embodiment of that character. Him and Tyler Hoechlin. And I also forgot to mention, I was so fucking hyped when I saw Brandon Routh come back one more time to play Kingdom Come Superman, or a version mixed with the Christopher Reeve Superman in the CW Crisis on. Yes, I was hyped. He was the best part. And then what do? They fucking pull the rug out from under us, and they cock block him and have Lex Luthor take over.
Okay, hi. Sorry about that. OBS is fun that way. Disk space is fun that way. But we're back now.
Yeah.
Okay, so Richard basically wrapped it up. I'll try to make it at least somewhat smooth of a transition. So I guess it's my turn.
Professionalism. Professionalism, as always. As always here.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll start with Goku because he's simpler, I guess. I like to fancy myself as like a casual fan of Dragon Ball ? I have a very interesting. I've gone over this before, but I have a very interesting relationship with Dragon Ball. Kid me thought, like, when I was first introduced to it, thanks to Death Battle, Kid me thought it was the coolest freaking shit ever. So, like, that was like one of the best anime ever. So I was super into it. I didn't watch everything, I will say, but and to this day I still haven't. But like I've kept up on like summaries basically of most of like the earlier arcs of Dragon Ball Z. I think I watched through like a majority of the Buu saga. I had a good time with it. A lot of people really hate the Buu saga, but I thought it was neat. I did not watch GT. In fact, I actually distinctly remember having a weird thing against GT. I don't know what it was, and I still don't because I haven't actually like sat down and watched it properly. But I think the majority of my like love and appreciation. Yeah, words are hard. The majority of my love and appreciation for Dragon Ball at the time was like a bunch of the clips I saw on YouTube, like seeing like Vegito fight Boo, fight like seeing like Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan 4 forms fighting Omega Shenron, and then Gogeta coming into the mix, you know, that kind of stuff. Obviously, like I said, I watched the Boo Saga in its majority. I would say its entirety, but that's not true. I don't think it's true. I don't know. It's always weird where the lines are drawn between arcs in Dragon Ball. Really, I don't think it was until like Battle of Gods when I was like super into it. Like when I watched something in full for Dragon Ball, and then Resurrection of F as well. I did not start Super when it was coming out. I was very much against watching Super at the time. And again, like with GT, I still haven't like sat down and watched it properly. But also like before, I have seen like a bunch of clips on it. You know, seeing like Goku Black, use Zamasu, the Tournament of Power, Goku's fight with Hit, all that stuff. Like I've seen a bunch of it. I just haven't seen like a full episode of Super. And honestly, I'm content with where I am with that. The stuff I have seen is really cool. Like, Goku's fight with Kefla is amazing, and I love it. Yeah. Really, the majority of my, like, what I watch for Dragon Ball nowadays are the movies when they come out. I don't watch them in theaters like Richard does, but like when they come out on like DVD or something, like I watched Broly, I watched Superhero. I had a good time with both of them. Even if I think some of the stuff from Superhero was really dumb, but whatever. But Goku as a character, well, I mean, he was the main protagonist, so Kid Me absolutely loved him. It's like I was kind of like I was one of those like he's the protagonist, he's my favorite kind of person. Because you know, I mean, he's like they're the ones that we're following, you know, like they're the center stage people. So like if they're not your favorite, then that just seems wrong. That's not true anymore. You understand what I'm saying, right? Like that, like you go. Like,
of course, yeah. No, I don't think. Yeah, like they're the most important. Like that's why we're following them around the most.
Yeah.
And they're so cool.
Yeah.
Like some cool.
To be honest, I wouldn't say Goku's my favorite character anymore. Mostly because like it doesn't. It's a weird thing. I like with original Dragon Ball, like the main story for Goku was basically like he's working his way up to become the strongest. You know, he's being the best warrior that he can be. And when someone comes in and proves him better, proves to be better than him, that he will work his way up to be to overcome them. That was his point. Recently, it kind of feels like they've lost that point. Like Goku, like he's still the main character, but like there's not really a destination per se.
No.
We see a bunch of people come around, and they are as strong at least as Goku, and it rarely ever feels like I totally expected in Super I totally expected Super to end with Goku finally confronting Beerus and killing him, because like he was the villain of Battle of Gods. So I was like, okay, so Goku's just gonna work his way up to beat Beerus. We're gonna get rid of Beerus. They still haven't gotten rid of Beerus. Although to be fair, I guess Beerus at this point has kind of become like a anti-villain.
Yeah.
Like he's still an asshole, but like he and Goku aren't trying to like actively kill each other. In a sense, it's kind of the same thing with Frieza. Like, they bring Frieza back, and now they're probably just never gonna get rid of him ever again.
Nah.
Like, Frieza's kind of become like is lawfully good the right term? Not lawfully good, lawfully evil, I mean. Like, he's still a villain, but, like, it's one that, like, is gonna stick around because reasons. I don't know. I don't know how that whole thing works, but yeah, I don't know. It just kind of feels like Goku's kind of like lost the point of his journey. Like, he's not really working his way up to be the strongest anymore. Like, even when Jiren showed up, he didn't beat Jiren. Android 17 won that tournament. So, like, I don't know. I just felt that was kind of weird. And like, everyone keeps talking about how, like, oh, Goku is always the one to beat the main villain. And I'm like, does he though? I know he beats Boo, but like, everyone else, like,
he had help.
I mean, that too. Everyone else kind of feels like every other big villain kind of feels like someone else beats him. Like when like Frieza, Trunks is the one who kills him. Cell, his son Gohan. Beerus, they have not done anything about Beerus. Jiren, it was not only Frieza, but Android 17. So it's just like, it just leaves me questioning, why is he the main character again? I know, like, I know the reason why. Don't answer that. But I don't know. It just feels weird. But I still like him. You know, like when he does stuff, it's cool, right? Like, it's like I said, his fight with Kefla, I like that fight a lot. And you know, like, once he gets like really into the fight, shit goes down. But yeah, like I said, really interesting relationship with Dragon Ball. I'm probably not gonna watch Dragon Ball Daima, gonna be honest. I'm probably just gonna stick to the movies and be done with it. Like, whenever a new movie comes out, I'll watch that and then I'll move on with my life. And I guess then there's Superman. And DC. Well, I mean, okay, it's bloody Superman. Like, what do you want from me? Yeah, I like Superman. I like him a lot. I didn't grow up with the Superman animated series. I mean, that was on when I was a kid, but I never watched it. I was more of a Marvel kid growing up, and I still am. But I do respect DC. I've since watched both Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, and I think they're both amazing. So there's that. I've already mentioned my relationship with Superman Returns. I also watched Man of Steel in theaters, and I, for one, really enjoyed it. And even to this day, I still think it's a good movie. It's got some dumb points in there. Like, there's some parts that are really, really dumb, and I don't like them, but the movie as a whole is fun. I know it's funny because, like, I give so much shit to Zack Snyder, because, like, of his fan base mostly, and because I just don't like his movies. Like, I've seen like Batman vs Superman, and that movie is freaking awful. But I like Man of Steel, so, you know, where does my opinion really lie? I guess. I have not seen that new Superman cartoon with My Adventures with Superman. I think it's called. Excuse me. I have not watched that. I've heard things about it. Whether they're good or bad things is kind of up in the air, but they're things. And yeah, I didn't play a lot of the Superman games. I played Injustice. Does that count?
Yes.
I played Injustice. So there you go. I played and its sequel, of course.
Same.
I did not play Superman 64. I didn't have an N64 growing up, and probably for the better that I didn't. Yeah, I too am waiting for. I too think a Superman game, like a solo Superman game, would be really cool. So yeah. I mean, I would struggle to say that Superman is like my favorite DC character. Then again, I don't really know who my favorite DC character is now that I think about it. But he's an icon, and he's an icon for a pretty damn good reason. Really, all I gotta say.
All right. I guess it's my turn then. Okay, well, this is real. Okay, so my experience with these two is kind of weird to say, especially in Goku's case. Well, okay, I guess I should preference at least by saying I do like these two at the very least, but I mean, compared to these two, I really don't have as much experience. So, like, I didn't really spend. It's weird because, like, with Goku, like, I didn't, because, like, when I was growing up, I, like, didn't really, like, watch that much anime. That really started in my high school years when
Did you watch Pokemon
a friend
games?
no, actually, I am uncultured as crap. I am uncultured. Thank you very much. But yeah, it was really I'm pretty sure I've heard of Goku Dragon Ball at least. It's just, you know, it was weird, but it wasn't until my friend who was really big into Dragon Ball showed me DBZ abridged in high school. I think I said like, oh, I haven't really watched it, and like he showed me a bridge, and like, you know, that's not canon Goku obviously, but like, you know, it did give me a taste of like kind of what it was like as a character. So, and you know, the like getting into like that as a whole. So, you know, and of course did have some really good time with that. But and truth be told, I'm kind of in the same boat as Brob nowadays, where like I'm mostly like most of the experience I have with Dragon Ball is watching the movies. Like I watched the Broly movie and the superhero movie with friends, and I don't know. It's weird because like I could really say this about both. Like yeah, I mean obviously I know who they are. Like how can you not really? But like I don't know. It feels like in comparison, like, you know, I'm not as versed in the bigger scope because, you know, like it's weird, like because like I didn't like grow up watching them or like and like like a lot of like my experiences like casually like, oh yeah, like I've seen a clip of like Dragon Ball Super or whatever, like like I'm not like like I didn't like go out of my way to like watch it on like other things, but at the very least, I do respect Goku and Dragon Ball for everything it's done for like the anime, the manga community, like every like series, because like we said, like Dragon Ball, like a lot of like anime manga series like wouldn't like exist if not for Dragon Ball. And at the very least, I can say I like Goku for what I've seen of him. Like I don't like he's just, I don't know. I just like his personality, like his character. I think he's funny. So yeah, that's really all I can say about him. And Superman, again, it's Superman. Um, yeah, like I don't really know what else to say. It's just I again didn't. I feel like I'm sure I have. I just don't have that good a memory. But like I'm sure I've watched some of the cartoons and stuff he's been in. But like my main memories with him are like playing Injustice 1, which I have, and watching Batman vs Superman in theaters, which
God.
yeah, no.
Yeah, I watched it in theaters.
No.
That was an
Yeah,
interesting time.
I saw Batman versus Superman in theaters too. Oh my god,
that's
well wasted our time.
yay, wasted our time. But
That's 2 hours
like
we're not getting back.
exactly,
To be
genuinely
fair,
might be the worst movie I've ever seen. So that's something.
To be fair, I vaguely remember seeing the director's cut, quote unquote.
Oh, the Snyder cut.
Yeah, the Snyder cut.
No.
And like,
Great.
I don't remember what it changes. So like,
The Snyder cut virtually changed everything. Oh wait, are you talking about Batman v Superman?
for Batman v Superman.
Yeah, Batman v Superman.
It added more stuff. Explained why Superman couldn't see the bomb. It showed.
That's what this movie needed. It needed more. Like.
It also showed a bit more of the post-apocalyptic stuff. Showed more of Lois going to find out who made the damn bullet. It finally completed her little plot that she had cut that ultimately went nowhere in the theatrical edition. Added some additional stuff with Bruce, including a shower scene where we get to see a jacked up, naked Ben Affleck's ass that earned this cut an R rating. And that's about it.
So nothing
Fun.
substantial. Got it.
Yes.
It's
Exactly,
like
but
that's what the movie needed. More scenes, as if
more.
it was long enough.
Exactly.
It at least explained why Superman couldn't see the bomb that blew up the Capitol. So it something of value was there.
I guess.
Whatever.
Exactly, but yeah. I mean, even though I'm not as experienced with like these two as you two are, which I don't know, maybe this just because I'm younger, then the sure we'll say that. I mean,
by the way,
it's hard.
I also did watch Justice League, and I don't remember a thing about it.
That's okay. I have enough memory about it for all three of us.
I did too. It was all right, but anyway.
I remember
Unlimited was better.
But I remember thinking it was okay.
Yeah, Unlimited was better.
No, the movie.
Oh, that. Wait, which one?
The original. I have not.
The theater one.
I have not seen
the OG.
The Snyder cut because it's.
Oh man, I did. I saw both. I watched the Snyder cut with friends.
Gosh.
yeah, I mean, the Snyder cut was slightly better than the Joss Whedon cut. I'll give it that. It actually is the best of his Superman trilogy.
How much is that saying? But now, okay.
Hey, Man of Steel is fine. Okay.
Man, I mean, look, his Superman stayed consistent. Unlike in Josh's version, sorry to derail this, unlike in Joss Whedon's version, where this strange creature shows up, and his name is Superman, and he talks about how, like, it's like a man I knew. He told me that hope, it's like your car keys, easy to lose, but if you look around, it's usually around somewhere. Like, who the fuck are you? It's like it's like, where's the Superman was never real, or the dude who went up to the mountains to talk to his dead father who was building a wall in the Arctic? Like, who in the hell are you supposed to be? You're not Superman, you strange abomination.
Gosh. But yeah. Okay, so actually wrapping
that over. Yeah. Back to wrapping.
Yeah, okay. So yes, even though like I clearly am not as versed in these two as other people are here, but you know, it's hard not to have a lot of respect for Superman and what he stands for and all that stuff, you know, being someone you can look up to even in the darkest of days. You know, kind of hard not to look up to that, and in general what both these two have done for the media landscape in general. You know, kind of hard not to respect that.
By the way, raise your hand if you're excited for Superman Legacy.
Me?
You can't see me, but I actually am raising my hand.
Yeah, no. I think it's going to take Superman back to where he needs to be. Like, no more of this dark, grounded, brooding shit. Just make a goddamn Superman movie.
Especially after watching Guardians 3. Like, I'm so excited
for Superman
Legacy.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Because it feels like, man, I remember, just recently, actually, some actor, I don't remember who, said that he was like offered the role of Superman in that movie, and he turned it down because he thought it'd be like no, that's too dark for my taste. I'm like, what? Too dark. Superman is too dark. Like,
to be fair, we can blame Injustice and Zack Snyder for this Superman is too dark bullshit now that we're dealing with. Like, even Warner Brothers has shied away from it.
I more blame Zack Snyder because I'm a petty son of
I mean, I blame both. I blame Warner Brothers and Zack Snyder equally. Zack just wanted to make his Elseworld Superman story. He never wanted it to spin off into anything. And then Warner Brothers kind of forced him to. So, you know, it's kind of both their faults equally. But it's more Warner Brothers' faults than Zack's.
I will also say I feel so bad for Henry Cavill.
Oh God, yes, no, me too.
He's actually really good as Superman. He's just given so many bad scripts. Like Man of Steel shows that like Henry Cavill can be Superman. And then we go from that to Batman v Superman, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Legitimately, probably one of the worst comic book movies I've ever watched.
That's not exactly a high bar there. I mean, there's been plenty of bad comic book movies. Anyway, so yeah, we said, these two are iconic. They've transcended the media and the literate world, and they've become, you know, I don't want to say sentient, but they really have just become larger than life. They're not just simple characters on a little page anymore, like they used to be.
Yeah, it's kind of like what they say in the second episode. It was like these two are more than just they're more than just characters. They're more than just a sketch on paper. They're ideals.
Yes.
They're inspirations, basically.
Yes, they're larger than life.
And funnily, for kind of, I don't want to say like opposing reasons, but like different reasons.
Yeah.
We give Goku vs Superman 2 a lot of shit, and a lot of it is justified. But I do find it fascinating that a lot of it was focused on like the difference between what their inspirations for. Like Goku was like Goku's story is basically you can get better. Like it you can like push yourself even further to be better than who you are now. And that's how Dragon Ball kind of molds around him. That every single enemy that Goku has fought does have a limit, and they can be defeated. And Goku or other characters have shown that.
Yes, but also too, Goku, especially in Super, Goku has shown that whenever he fights somebody, he leaves an impact on them, and he almost makes them. He leaves he leaves an impact on them, and if there's somebody who's like an anti-hero, an anti-villain, he really just he has a way of just transforming them. Like Beerus was just a god who was lazy and just destroyed things that annoyed or got in his way because that's how he operated, and he had no challenge. Then he met Goku. Goku legitimately changed him and now that he was his rival / student, he became more relaxed and he became more focused and centered on Earth. Not just because of the food, but because of Goku himself. Goku has that effect on people. He can literally make you look at things differently when you fight him.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, Superman is more so like, I mean, they tell a story like, you know, he's an alien. You know, he's alienated from this world. But that's because like his original writers were immigrants. Like they knew exactly what it was like to live where they felt alien, basically. Which is Superman's whole point.
Mm-hmm.
Like Superman's whole story is that he is, and they also say this in the episode, he is a god living amongst men.
But I disagree. But I and other people hate that and disagree with that. He's not a god. Like I really cannot stress enough how much that episode pissed me off and others for that sentence alone. He's not a god. He has powers. It's the story. It is true what you're saying. Sorry to just catapult out of nowhere with this, but Superman is and always has been a story about a man who has to decide how can he be human on a world that looks at him as an alien. That's really his story. He's a farm boy from Kansas who has to pretty much decide how can he help people, how can he make things better, and his values are never challenged because he'll always be this pure person, this literal beacon of light. We may see him as a god, but he never sees himself as a god. He does not like being
like obviously he's not.
Yeah.
He's not an actual god. That's not what I mean.
No, I just hated that the way they sentenced that.
It's more so like he's like he's a god to humans, basically. He's a god amongst humankind, basically. And like part of it is also like him trying to like I could just as easily just like punch this dude really hard in the face and everything would be solved. But at the same time, if I do that, then I also risk either killing someone across the street or breaking down a building that I don't want to, or destroying this whole goddamn planet. So it's like he doesn't fight to improve himself. He fights to improve the world.
Yes.
Which is a good contrast to someone like Goku, who fights to improve himself. That's not to say Goku isn't like a good person. He is like he if improving himself also involves improving the world and saving the world, then that's like a bonus basically. Like obviously he's not gonna team up with like Frieza or Cell just because hey they can teach me how to get stronger. No, they're also sick, twisted people that need to.
Yes, Goku is not a superhero. He may have powers, but they're not powers. They're techniques. Goku really is just a warrior who wants to break all the limits that he can until there are no limits left for him to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I feel like simplifying it to just that kind of like gives off the implication that Goku isn't a kind-hearted person, because he absolutely is.
He is. He was raised by a good man, and he looks at the world from an innocent point of view.
Yeah. And like you were saying before, like
maybe a little.
Like you were saying before, if someone that Goku is fighting doesn't look like they're a psychopath, then he'll try to he'll try to get them to see his perspective. Biggest example is Broly. Like the entire time he was fighting Broly, he was telling him like, we don't have to do this. You don't seem like you're as twisted as Frieza over there. So why don't we just chill, talk about this like civilized people? But obviously Broly was, a little busy losing his mind.
Yeah.
So
Goku's intentions are never to kill anybody. He doesn't want to kill people. He wants to just have the best fight he can and walk away from it getting all the more stronger and learning from it. Yeah. Goku is literally the definition of always moving.
Exactly.
He's always moving onwards.
For sure.
Well, normally this would be the part where we talk about production, and don't worry, we'll get to that. But for a matchup as big as this, and for a match that's being done a third time, I kind of want to talk about our history with this match as a whole. Not just with these characters, but just the idea of them facing each other. Because obviously this is when the first one of these was announced, it was a big deal. Because everyone and their grandmothers was asking for this fight. I remember all of the blog posts, the forum posts, the YouTube videos. They were like, death battle, do Goku versus Superman. It was everywhere. So when they announced it at the end of Pikachu versus Blanca, it was let's just say people were a little excited.
You don't say.
It was the top requested fight. Nothing could top it. Like, I don't think a matchup has or ever will honestly get close to the amount of people wanting this one before the original came out. Like this is.
I was gonna say the only.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think the only one that like, well, the only one I can really think of to my knowledge that would even come close is like Mario versus Sonic.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
But
Mario
even-
versus
but
Sonic
even
is definitely
then-
up there too.
But like, even then, like that's So I still think this one probably had a lot more
Mario vs.
behind
Sonic
it.
is more so like a playground discussion. You know, it was more so talking about like whose games are better. And the episode as a whole was made during Death Battle's like infancy, so like to say that was like a huge big request is probably overstating it.
That's fair.
Because like yeah, duh, we're gonna do this one. It's Mario and Sonic. But Goku versus Superman is kind of like the quintessential versus debate.
Yeah.
Like everyone was talking about it. Like even magazines got involved. And freaking Wizards magazine or whatever it's called will never not be funny. So, as you can imagine, when the original was announced, pretty much everyone got in. Like, everyone was super into it. And then when it happened, when it finally came out, so I guess this gets into a bit of more like my perspective. Cause yeah, I was there when Pikachu vs. Blanca aired, and I watched the reveal for the first time. I was like, oh holy shit, they're actually doing it. And then waiting for that episode took forever. Especially since like, what, I would have been like 12 years old. I didn't really have the concept in my mind of yeah, Death Battle is kind of a hellish production. Like there's a lot that goes into it, and there's a lot that goes into something like Goku versus Superman. So, and I also didn't watch like any of like the Screw Attack news or whatever it was. I was into the Screw Attack. Like Screw Attack was on my radar because of Death Battle. Nothing else. I'm one of those guys. You know. I'm a freaking normie.
There you go.
I am part of the. I am part of what many would consider to be the problem with kind of like the end of Screw Attack.
Yeah, you know.
But I also distinctly remember the analysis previews coming, because they did an analysis preview for these two for this episode. I distinctly remember that because like yeah, they were making this a big deal.
Yeah.
In fact, I think I remember. I'm pretty sure one of them came out like on the original date that this episode was supposed to air. Which was good old December 21st. You know, the day that everyone thought the world was going to end. If you were a crazy person, I should say.
Yeah, well.
How I also remember them doing. I don't remember what when they did this or how, but I do distinctly remember a fight preview as well. Man, Death Battle was really ahead of its time.
Oh wow. I
um,
was gonna say. Yeah.
And I remember watching that, and I was like, okay, this is great. But I was also like in an area where like everyone thought that Goku was going to win, and I was like, really though?
Mm.
Granted, 12-year-old me was like, it's Superman. He's invincible. He can't be beaten. You know, I was, again, one of those kids.
Yeah.
But I also didn't know Goku like much at all. Only experience I had with Dragon Ball leading up to that was A, all the requests for him, and B, the fact that I watched Vegeta versus Shadow.
You know, the master of Dragon Ball, so obviously.
Exactly.
That's obviously what that means, right?
Yeah, exactly. In fact, I also remember when I must have a really good memory when the situation calls for it, because I distinctly remember when the preview cut off.
Really?
Yeah.
When did it?
It cut off when Superman was flying into the horizon after like after the power pole.
Wow.
I distinctly remember that. I do not know how, but I do.
Jeez.
And then the episode finally came out. And from my perspective, it came out of absolutely nowhere. Like I did not see any like update video or whatever, or some blog post or whatever saying, "Hey, by the way, Goku vs Superman is airing on whatever day it came out." So like I checked the Screw Attack site one day and saw there it is. And I was like, yes, finally. Which is honestly, funnily enough, that's how it was. That's how the Death Battle experience was for me growing up. Never saw an update video or a tweet or whatever saying like, "Hey, this episode is coming out on this day." I would just go to the Screw Attack site one day and there it is.
Like, oh, there it is. What do you know?
I was like, "Oh, there
Magic."
it is." Like, there it is, finally. Like, because
Mhm.
for like kid me, right? The waiting period for those like late season 1 episodes took forever. Obviously they actually didn't, but I was impatient. And I had no real concept of a schedule, so that doesn't help either. So like there would be times I would check the Screw Attack site every single day, like is it out, and then one day it would be there, and I'm like, yes, finally. And then repeat the whole process until I eventually found out that, oh wait, there's actually a schedule behind it. Oops.
What's these?
So, and I loved it. Like when I finally watched it, I was hyped as hell. I mean, the analysis didn't do much for me. Growing up anyway. I always thought they were kind of boring. Again, impatient. So I was like, okay, can we get to the fight now, please? Man, I remember the Screw Attack site being like really bad with like fast forwarding. Like I couldn't just like skip to the fight. The buffering would take forever. So I was like, oh, fine. But it was worth it because Goku vs Superman 1 was peak fiction for 12-year-old me. And feeling like vindicated, you know, because like I said, I felt like I was the only person who was going for Superman, and who like wanted him to win. So when he did, I felt like I felt like I am really good at this. I got the win I was predicting and wanting. So
There you go.
That was fun.
Oh, was it?
And then of course, as time went on, I discovered like reaction videos. I discovered more of like the general community. And I recognized what many lovingly called at the time the salty DBZ fanboys that were really upset at Goku.
Oh boy.
That were really upset at Goku losing, and me being the me being Death Battle's biggest defender, at least I felt like it anyway. I would get pretty aggressive about it. I was like you really think that Goku would beat Superman? Really? I was, yeah. There is such a thing as being too defensive over your favorite show. And I was that growing up. And so much so, I know, and all the time people were saying like, do Goku vs Superman 2, do Goku vs Superman again, because now we got Super Saiyan God. So obviously Goku wins now, right? And I distinctly remember watching Vader versus Doom with my sister, and I remember telling her like, okay, so I know the next episode, because they've been talking, they talked about it at during like they had an ad read for their convention during was it Tony Lex, I think.
Yeah, it was Tony Lex.
Yeah, where they were saying like when they're at we'll have a panel there and we'll have an all new, highly requested episode. So I told her, I was like, okay, once they show off one character, I will know exactly what the match is going to be. And like in my head, I had like Dante versus Bayonetta. I had Pit versus Sora. Because those were really big at the time. So when they showed Superman, both me and her were like, "Oh God." Because you could understand, like from my perspective, it felt like they were like giving into the hate. Like it felt like they were like, like fine, you want the rematch? Here's your rematch.
Here's your bloody rematch. Don't ask us for anything ever again.
Exactly. Little did I know that that's actually kind of what happened, but let's not get into that. But then I remember watching. I also distinctly remember watching it live. Like I wasn't at the con, but they had a live stream. And I was hooked. I was like, oh, I don't know when this panel is gonna be, but I'm gonna keep my eyes on like the live stream, because I want to be there when when they debut this episode. Because like if they show it off on a live stream and I'm not there for it, I would be the worst experience ever. So I did, and you know what? I'm just gonna say it. I liked it. Okay, like when I first watched it, I thought it was the coolest thing. Like I thought the fight was super, super dope. And again, me thinking like, okay, so Superman's just gonna win again, right? I called it again. I was like, okay, see, there you go. Like, by the end of it, I was like, please don't ever do this again. It's like we get it, like it was a dope fight, but Superman's won twice. Can we please, can we please just move on? And of course, no one moved on. As was to be expected.
And yeah, seemingly the show did though, because
true.
Why would they?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, basically, like it felt like to Death Battle, it felt like Goku vs Superman 2 was like the end. Like that was like the last time they were ever gonna cover this match. And it just kind of like everything just kind of fizzled off from there. Like, no, like I think a lot of people just really stopped giving a shit about wanting a rematch.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, as soon as it all seems like it's all said and done, now here we are, 8 years later.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, and to defend this episode happening a little bit, even though, I was never one of the ones who, was adamantly against a Goku Superman 3, I understand, the original two are all-time, well, okay, the first one is an all-time classic, and 2 exists. I mean, it's fine. I don't have any problems with it. Well, okay, I do, but that's besides the point. I can understand, the people, not, obviously not, all the people, but, I can understand, curious, how this would go in Death Battle's modern rule set. Because, I mean, I'm sure we've had this talk before as well, but, Death Battle's, the way Death Battle researches and works is far different than seasons 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So I was always okay if they were gonna decide to do it a third time. I would maybe I would have preferred to have them get other episodes and other matchups aside from each other. That would have been nice. But you know what? I am glad they are deciding to do it again in their more recent, in their modern way of researching.
I mean, hell, a lot has changed in 5 years, let alone 8.
Yep.
I remember when Bill versus Discord was announced as the winner of the Champions Ballot. So many people went to oh, okay, they're doing My Little Pony again. After the last time they did it, this must go really well. And I remember Tiki getting I remember DJ getting super. Okay, maybe not super, but he was very adamant on guys, a lot has changed since then. And lo and behold, not only do we have that episode, but we also have Raven getting her own modern day analysis. So yeah, definitely a lot has changed. And I mean, for me, I've kind of mellowed out on it over time. If they do it, then whatever. But I was more so hoping they would get different opponents. I was more so yeah, let's do Goku versus, I don't know, Sailor Moon. Let's just go with that. I don't know. That's probably not even it. But I was still basically I would prefer if they fought anyone other than each other. And I especially, I mean, we'll get more into that later. We'll get more into this later, but I especially felt that way because I was how are they gonna top the original? Because the original.
Yeah, that's kind of a tricky thing when wanting to do this again as well. The original, for better or worse, I think it's safe to call it Death Battle's magnum opus.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. And trying to compete with that in any regard is a bit tricky. Obviously, the episode most likely be good, yes. But just
for sure.
When you have, it's kind of how I compare Tony versus Lex, or Tony versus Lex to Doom versus Lex in a way. I know it's not the exact same, but bear with me. Or like both these two had one of the greatest episodes of the series. Why would you want to bring either of them back? To one up to themselves,
Yeah.
So
But then, I mean, I guess you also do stop and realize, like, they're never really, like, I don't know. The way I was about to word it was, like, they're never really, like, trying to one-up themselves. Each Death Battle episode is its own thing. It's not meant to be, like, the better version of this one, you know? Like Lex versus Doom was never intended to be the better Lex versus Tony. It was just trying to be the best Lex versus Doom that it could have been. Obviously, it's a lot different. Obviously, it's a lot different though when a rematch is involved. Because then you kind of like, because then like the comparisons are obvious. You have to show how much this show has improved since the last one, you know? Or in this one's case, how much it's improved since the last two of them. The idea that this is the first rematch that's being done 3 times is kind of wild to me.
Yeah, just a little, but I mean,
well, okay,
yeah.
I've talked a lot. What do you guys got?
I mean, it's okay. So, admittedly, I'm kind of in a weird spot, unfortunately. Where like I wasn't really there for like these like the episode, like the waiting period of the OG2. Like the original like 2 episodes, like, because I've said in a previous episode that my first episode was the original Mario vs. Sonic. Here's the thing that I don't remember if I mentioned. I really didn't get to follow the series consistently until Donkey Kong Knuckles DK. So I'm in that weird spot where like I didn't experience the episode's waiting period, but I went back and like watched them like after the fact, and I mean obviously like Goku Superman is like Goku Superman, like, like I like was stunned when I first watched it because like how could you not be? And like, but with the second one, like it was all right. Like I don't know, like it's weird. So like in a way, like this is kind of like the first, and like of course I could just be misremembering things because my memory can be weird sometimes. But like I don't know, in a way, this is kind of like the first waiting time I'm like experienced like a waiting period for when Death Battle does this match, which is a really interesting to think about. So here's hoping it's not bad. So all right, Richard, I guess.
I don't know what to say that y'all already haven't said. Y'all pretty much covered everything that I have, said. I've always been interested in this matchup, even if Goku doesn't win. I've still just wanted to see this matchup because it could just be good to see how much of a spectacle it would end up being, and the idea of these two characters maybe even growing a friendship or mutual respect for one another, like the first one. And I've been there. Like I was there during the first one. I told Bro off camera that and ZDogg that I kept up with it, like to the point where I was always checking the updates, watching their news broadcast that Screw Attack used to did, where Chat hosted. Yeah, I love the first one. I was upset that Goku lost at the time because I didn't understand versus debating. I just thought, oh, Goku would win, and I was upset that he lost. But then I grew up, but not that fast, because then 2 years later, 2 comes out of nowhere, and I'm a little disappointed he lost again. But I'm even more insulted just because of the direction they took. That's all Craig's fault. That the second one turned out as bad as it did. There were good intentions. Ben has admitted that he had good intentions, but they were just skewered. They weren't what that episode was, not what he wanted it to be. And yeah, but I do remember being hyped for the second one, so much so that I did a reaction to it, and their campaign for the second one was greater than the first one could have ever hoped to be, because they released teaser trailers, they were hyping it up at SGC, and that you can't find it anymore because it's privated. I guess that's how much they really want you to forget about it. But I was in their marketing myself, Tyrone Magnus,
yeah.
Anthony Knight.
I
Yes, they released a follow-up trailer showing all of the reactors who were excited about it. I was in a single frame, and my friend Anthony Knight was in it too. And it's like, to be in there with those reactors, that was the biggest highlight of my life. I was on vacation with my girlfriend in going out of San Antonio with her family, and we stop at a Whataburger here. Yeah, and we're eating, and I'm watching the trailer, and I see, oh my god, I'm in it. Like, that's me. I have a frame from it. I had to go. You can find reactions to it. They may have privated it, but you can still find reactors reacting to it from back then. So the fact that I was in there just made me even more hyped, and I was massively let down.
No.
Alongside, like,
And but now,
and McAfee trades, like,
yeah,
Man.
Riz Greystar, Max a few traits, Tyrone Magnus, myself, my buddy Anthony Knight, Swag, Swag, I remember Swag, and this other guy that I don't remember. All of us were in there, and that again, not to sound like a broken record, but that was the hugest honor I could have asked for. And again, disappointed from the episode, but now 8 years later, I've grown to love and appreciate both of them. I've always appreciated Superman, but it was Death Battle's fault that I fell out of my love, that I started not liking him, just because of how the second one mishandled the character. But now I've grown, as I said, and I'm excited to see this done one more time, and to finally feel like this is closing the chapter on my life for Death Battle.
Well said.
Yes, and I'm
Man.
like, this fight came out. The first one came out during my senior year of high school. It was my last year. The second one came out when I was only dating my girlfriend for 5 months. I was dating my girlfriend for 5 months. I was 2 years out of high school, and now this third one is coming out at a time where I'm almost 30, and I'm now living my own life. I'm living on my own. So it really feels like this episode now has been with me all of my life, and now I have the chance to finally say goodbye to it. It's like saying goodbye to a friend. So it's very surreal, and I'm very excited for this. I know everyone's not excited. I can tell, but I am.
Let's not get into that.
I know. So yeah, I do. I love this matchup just because of now. It just dawned on me. It's pretty much been there for me.
I will say it is wild that the
So-
sheer announcement of it got Death Battle trending.
Yes, on Twitter.
Yeah, second time that's ever happened.
Yes, first one was Scooby versus Courage. If memory serves, I think. I could be wrong.
I know it happened during Trunks versus Silver, so
Okay, yeah, that's right.
I don't remember any other time though, which is crazy.
Okay.
So,
So now we're left
Honestly, I kind of feel.
Oh,
But
yeah,
I was
go
gonna say I
ahead.
kind of feel bad because like it kind of feels like like I don't know, it feels like I kind of missed out on it, and it kind of feels weird that like
I mean, to be honest,
I don't know,
for a
like
lot of it,
especially compared to you guys.
to be honest, for a lot of it, like a lot of it was like you kind of dodged a bullet.
That's
mhm.
fair,
So
but I mean, I like like I am glad that I'm at least here to experience the weight of one of them and with y'all. So because
there you
like
go.
I guess I didn't really say it like like despite like having other like me liking other options for this for both, I do think this is like the like definitive matchup for like both characters. Like, and it's kind of hard to argue otherwise in my opinion, but that's besides the point. So
Yeah.
I am happy they are doing it a third time for like multiple reasons, that being one of them, those two being one of them. All right. That's all.
So now we're left with a question. We're now getting into production.
Finally.
Finally, honestly, yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a long one. Whoops. Oh, well.
So we're left with the question. What style is this going to be in? Because you know what, I'm just gonna be honest.
3D.
I'm not.
I mean,
Okay. So like,
I mean,
I feel like 3D is the obvious pick, and for good reason. Like the other two were 3D.
yeah, I mean, like
most of the like, I mean, we got like Frieza versus Megatron and Gogeta versus Vegeta.
Well-
They were 3D.
Well, not even. Well, just excluding those. This is the third time this is happening.
Yeah.
Every iteration of Goku versus Superman has consistently been 3D.
mhm.
It is 3D animation is the only way you can convey the sheer scale and epicness of this fight. It can't be done in 2D. I wish it could, but it can't.
Yeah, I'm tempted to agree. The only thing that's really kind of like,
Yeah, kind of. Mhm.
the only thing that's like, I don't even want to say like it's troubling me, but it's like, I don't know. I guess I'm going back to the question of why the hell is this not the finale? Because like if this fight is 3D, then that means that the finale is likely 2D.
Well, we don't know. We won't know until we find out.
I mean, yeah, but
I mean, we've had like, okay, it's not like we couldn't have two 3D fights back to back. We had that for
I mean,
Cole versus Alex and
guess.
Frieza versus Megatron. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we don't know.
it's not totally
I
out
guess
of
we
the
don't know if
picture.
Devil Artemis is cooking something. I will say that's the one thing we do know. Devil Artemis is not working on this episode.
No, he's
Mhm.
not. And from what I've been able to get, and from all of the places I've been looking, none of the Blender team are working on this either. I've checked; they have not made any confirmation. So, I guess that leaves only one option. That only leaves one team left. Oh, it's got to be Rooster Teeth's 3D department doing this.
See, I don't know.
Yeah.
Rooster Teeth's department hasn't done a fight since Blake versus Mikasa. Like,
Well, no, that was Torian, technically. Yeah, that was Torian who did that. The last fight they did was...
I guess, like, at the time, Rooster Teeth's animation department was like incredibly busy with Ruby Volume 9, and now that that's over, I don't know. This is a weird situation. I guess the Blender team haven't said anything as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm aware. But then again, they also didn't say anything for Guts versus Dimitri, and yet here we are. So,
true, but I'm confident it's most likely going to be Rooster Teeth's 3D department. I just have a feeling that the Blender team are just they have. Granted, they didn't say anything about Guts versus Dimitri, but you think they would have said something for this.
maybe.
Versus Superman, and most of them do Dragon Ball content.
And watch, tomorrow they're gonna say, "Oh, by the way, we're working on we did the animation for Goku versus Superman."
Gosh.
That'll outdate this podcast. I guess that dates it. We're recording this like the day after Rick versus the Doctor came out. Oh yeah, that episode is the thing. Anyways, the only thing we really know for certain, aside from the fact that, like I just said, Devil Artemis isn't working on it. Like Devil Artemis has specifically said no. Like he was asked, like, "Are you working on Goku vs Superman?" He said no. The only thing we really know for certain is that Ben is gonna try his absolute damnedest to basically make this fight what the originals couldn't be. What the original two fights couldn't be. Because look, I said this off camera, but we can sing the praises of the original fight all we want, and for good reason. It is a good episode, but it is a good season 1 episode. And like regardless of how, regardless of the scale or the length or all of that, there are points where you can tell that, like, yeah, this is definitely a late 2012 animation, huh? From a guy whose only other 3D work was the last 3D fight before that. And by that I mean the first 3D fight. So, yeah, like it definitely hasn't worn its age the best. And like we talk all the time about it. It's like it's analysis, regardless of whether or not we agree or disagree with the results. The research was kind of messy, but even the fight itself, it's like I said, it's still good. You know, it is a miracle that fight turned out the way it did for season 1. But obviously, you know, with what we have now, obviously length aside, I would be shocked if this fight reaches anywhere near the length of the original.
God.
Probably not.
The fact is, regardless of the length, the original fight can get better. Obviously, that seems like a wild claim to make. I understand that, but I'm sticking by it. We can get better than the original. Other episodes, in my opinion, other episodes have gotten better than the original. They're not Goku versus Superman, obviously, but like, yeah, it's just for as much as like a magnum opus that the original Goku vs Superman was, I don't think you're gonna see a lot of people nowadays saying that it is still to this day their favorite episode.
Yeah, that's fair.
So this episode is basically working its way to be. It's basically Ben is putting out all the stops. Ben and everybody, I should say. Everybody's going into this at like 110%. we are like this fight is gonna be, or at least it's trying to be the best Goku versus Superman episode that we will probably ever get. It's a bold claim, but I respect the ambition, and I believe that we can get there.
Yeah,
Same.
I think there's a reason. Well, obviously it's not the only reason, but I think there's a reason that this is going to be called Goku vs Superman 2023 instead of just Goku vs Superman 3.
Ben
Yes,
has specifically said that he does not consider this a part 3.
So
this episode is completely separate from the others. We're going into like this is more Mario versus Sonic and Link versus Cloud than, I don't know, I guess Goku versus Superman 2. the fact that that's the only example.
Yeah, well.
So, and honestly, I would prefer it to stay that way.
For sure.
So, yeah. I believe in you guys. Let's get this done. Yeah.
Yes.
Heck yeah.
And now another question arises. Well, okay. Well, I'm just gonna get I'm gonna get this out of the way. I think they're gonna get Michael Kovac to reprise his role as Goku. I don't.
Agreed.
Probably.
I don't think they're gonna go toward. I don't think they're gonna do Matsuko. I'm just gonna say that right now.
Probably not. I don't think it's a 0% chance, but I do think having it be Michael is more likely.
I guess it's not a 0% chance. It's just, especially after like Goku Black versus Reverse Flash and Gogeta versus Vegito, like, Ben has made it pretty abundantly clear that, and I've said this on previous podcasts, that like Masako, you can say what you will about him, but when they did Goku vs. Superman 1, Ben has stated that they got quite a few comments saying, like, the fact that they got the abridged voice actor for Goku instead of someone who sounds more like Sean Schemmel, kind of gave the impression that they were like they were representing the wrong Goku, if that makes sense. Because Masako is more known for being a parody of Goku. Like he is abridged Goku, not regular Goku. Not canon Goku. And because they got him, I guess the argument was that, and I kind of agree with this honestly, is that it was a little hard to take Goku seriously at times because like it's the abridged guy. Like with people like Lanny or Little Karibo or Kaiser, like they are still, you know, Vegeta, Frieza, and Trunks. Like you can still listen to their voice and attribute them to the actual characters. Hence why they did do that. They did get them. It's a little hard to do that for Masako. So I don't think they're gonna get him back. They have all the respect in the world for the guy, but I think they're gonna take that kind of like response to heart. And again, if Ben is really insistent on making this the best Goku vs. Superman they can make, yeah, I think they're gonna go with Michael Kovac. But I mean, good for him because this means that we'll get to hear more of him like on his own because in Gogeta vs. Vegito he only had the one line.
Yeah, which I think he sounded good for. Granted.
Yeah, no, 100%.
But
it's just now we get to see him like be Goku, not
Yeah.
be
Go on.
Goku mixed with Vegeta.
Yeah, get his full solo Goku,
Yeah,
which is gonna be
and will also be on
interesting.
like it'll also be on like Goku Black, where he was basically just he was evil. He was evil Goku.
Yeah.
There is a difference between how Sean Schemmel portrays those two characters. So,
Exactly.
the only question at that point is who's gonna voice Superman? Because I'm gonna be honest, I'm not 100% confident on them getting it's just some random guy back.
No,
I
I
think-
believe now he stepped away from YouTube and voice acting, and he's focusing on his teaching career.
Fair enough.
So I don't see them getting him back one more time. I think to sell that this is a remake and that this is going to be the best version Ben and the crew want it to be, you have to get a new voice.
Probably.
Probably.
It's
So-
a little bit of a shame because he was good. He was a good Superman, but I think it's time.
Oh,
He
it a really
was,
good
like,
movie.
But I
if
do
you've
think
seen,
it's time for a change.
sorry, go. Yeah, if you've seen, I grew up with It's Just Some Random Guy. He was one of my favorite YouTubers when I was a kid back in 2006 when I was new to YouTube. So I grew up with him, and him being Superman was literally a match made in heaven for me, and I'm so happy they got him. Highly recommend checking out his channel. I do miss his work, but I understand that he had to put it to bed. So that being said, I think there are so few options.
Okay. May I throw one out as an idea?
You may.
Because this might be a little bit of a stretch based on one of his most recent role at the moment. But what about Keston Howard?
I can see that.
I'm just thinking, based on, because because of SpongeBob versus Aquaman, we've seen that like he can do a superhero voice and have that superhero tone, even if it was for like a goofier version of a superhero.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just think he has. I just think he has the range, like enough, like emotion and passion in his voice that I think he could do a good range of Superman.
Well, see, the thing I'm looking at it is when going through the rotating doors, you need to have the actors can't just do a superhero voice, because that Superman's voice isn't just a big what's the word? It's not big. It's not always it's not always just about being big. It's about being kind, caring, and having a small, down-to-earth kind of, farm boy style. It needs to be human. That's what I'm trying to say. It needs to be human. Granted, if you have a big, boomy voice, you can convey that. But I feel like anybody who ever plays Superman, it's always a challenge. So, I personally think I'm gonna suggest him one more time because I believe he could do it. I believe he can do it, and I think he should because he's been on a roll. I think I think Tom could do it. I think Tom Schultz could do it.
Okay, I let off a little chuckle, but like unironically, I totally believe he could do it.
Yeah.
And as me and Brobuscus always say,
I mean,
when in doubt.
Man, it'd be so funny if they get Tom for this episode and he's not Goku.
Yes, because he can do it. He's an amazing Goku and Vegeta impersonist, but just hearing his bass voice, like just his bass voice. I've heard his regular voice. He sounds like if he focuses that, he can be a good Superman. And I think him and Michael would have some great chemistry, because that's the other thing. We need to look for somebody who can have great chemistry with Michael's Goku.
An idea that sprung to my mind, for kind of obvious reasons, was Bradley Gareth, who was a Green Lantern.
Oh yeah.
It has been so long since we've seen Bradley.
Yeah, we need to fix that eventually. And I mean, yeah, I can see that. I can see him doing good. Superman as well.
Now, your only mate mentioned this to me off camera, and this is dead, and this isn't a gag. He really thinks it is possible, but your only mate threw in Travis Willingham.
Yeah. I think I know why.
Well, okay, it makes sense because there was a period. Mainly if they got him already.
Oh.
There was a period this year where he did take a break from Critical Role because his character was killed off, and he was gone for a while, but then he came back. He obviously has voiced Superman for a long time. He's just now starting to get more and more traction as the character. He's been voicing Superman since Lego Batman 2. And I've heard him in some serious stuff, like the best portrayal he's given as Superman is in Batman Superman's Super Sons. Like, holy shit, that was my favorite Superman performance he did. And I did see a little bit of, and I did watch Ruby X Justice League Part 2, and I did love his performance in that as well. So there is a possibility that they could allow that, because he works with Warner Brothers and because he also works with Rooster Teeth, not just in that crossover, but he did do some Ruby work as well. I think you could stretch it to where maybe he could appear, but he would probably have to have a pseudo name.
I don't know about that, but anyways, it's kind of funny that you mentioned that, because when we did the podcast on that, I haven't uploaded it yet because I'm working on some other stuff right now for it. But when we did the podcast for it, we were talking about the models for that movie and how they looked really good, and then Mate just decided to be like, since they have these models for the movie, does that mean Death Battle just has them, like, for whatever? And I told him, I was like, I mean, on one hand, yes, but on the other hand, I feel like they're only going to be like super useful for like more cell shaded fights, because they were made for a cell shaded movie. And he was like, so what you're telling me is that if they do Superman versus, I don't know, a certain anime character, did I forget to mention that we recorded that like almost like right after Scooby versus Courage came out?
Nope.
The Prophet.
Oh boy. That's gonna be awkward when that video gets uploaded.
You better make some joke about that when you get to that part in the
I'm
movie.
tempted, but the video is like done. So
but anyway, back here.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Travis is a good idea. I would like Travis to be Superman in this, and I think he is the one actor that you can make the exception.
I mean, I'm not gonna say no to Travis Willingham on Death Battle.
No, me neither. And I think he would have great chemistry with you hear my dogs. I think he would have great chemistry with Michael's Goku.
Probably. I guess I will also say that I've heard through discussion that this fight is gonna be like, it's really gonna double down on like the characterizations. Because like a lot of times you see Superman in versus animations, he's kind of an asshole for some reason. I don't understand that, but okay.
Putting on this show. Well, not on DBX, but still. Oops.
And like I know on Twitter someone asked Ben like, can these guys just be friends? And Ben replied with a very suspicious "we got you" gif.
That's good.
I'm like, okay.
I mean,
then.
Truth be told, I think going down the All Might guy, like, approach, they're still fighting to the death, but like they have like a mutual respect for each other.
Yeah.
Is a really good way to go, obviously. So, yeah.
The only question I have at that point is that if Superman wins this, then how are they gonna respectfully kill Goku? Because like Superman is kind of like anti-killing. Well, not like to the extent that Batman is, but like Superman will absolutely kill if he absolutely has to. But he does have like this I don't kill people thing.
Yeah.
So like if Superman does win, I'm kind of curious how they're gonna end it.
Me too.
But before we get too far into that, let's talk about potential track. Brandon, yeah.
I mean,
he did.
Yeah.
He did the original one. Well, they did the second one. You know what I mean?
Yes. He did Watch Us Come Alive.
Yeah. So like, I really.
So yeah.
Plus, like he did like. Plus, he's kind of been on like a streak recently. Like, whenever a Dragon Ball episode.
I was gonna say he's done like all the Dragon Ball tracks in the past seasons.
Yeah.
So.
Like ever since like, what, Goku Black versus Reverse Flash, like every single Dragon Ball episode had a track done by him. So why stop now?
Exactly.
Man, it's Alive is such a like a nostalgia trip, because like I remember when I first discovered that both it and Wolverine vs. Raiden had original tracks to it. I was like, oh wow, okay, and that's how I first discovered Brandon Yates.
Damn.
Well after
nice.
After those episodes had already launched, but whatever.
And whatever, it's fine.
And I remember like early on, like whenever people would ask like, what's your favorite original track, everyone would always say Alive. I think Alive kept that spot for like years. Then obviously like tracks like Wings of Iron came out, and I was like, okay, everybody like moved on to that one. But I'm trying to remember if another track kind of took its place. I don't think anything did. Before Wings of Iron, I mean. So once again, full circle. Actually, it's a complete full circle because Goku vs. Superman 2 was the first episode Brandon ever worked on.
Yeah, damn.
So it would only be fitting if he did it for this one. Although the idea literally just sparked in my mind, like what if it's a Brandon Thairwolf collab again?
It's possible.
Yeah, I'm down.
Like if they're trying to make it like the best that it can be, like bring everybody into this.
There you go. Yeah.
And then
Go on. Wow.
Yeah, and then I guess the last thing to really talk about is the cipher wheel. It's the recycle, right? Like,
Recycle.
Yes.
like,
Yeah, I mean,
this one's kind
come
of
on.
obvious.
Like,
Um,
this is kind of obvious. And, like, really, like, there's no, like, either there's nothing else it could be, or it's filled up with other fights that I think fit the symbols better.
or we're already taking
So-
the first half. Like, the star could have been it, but...
Or already, yeah. But Billboard, yeah,
Billboard's track
thankfully.
kind of gave that away. Like, nope.
Yeah. And this also now confirms that, I mean, I don't know how many of you all were thinking this, but because of the way it was scripted, I kind of was also thinking Colix could have been the recycle just because of the script thing, but no, that's dead.
Yeah.
And if this isn't the recycle symbol, I'm gonna have questions. Which is, funny because I did during Cypher speculation at the start of the year, I did see people think that like, oh, this could be like a fight, like a rematch, like it could be like Chief versus Doomslayer or something. I saw.
But everyone said Chief versus Doomslayer.
Yeah, but not this.
When they were thinking
So.
like, oh yeah, the recycle symbol could be a rematch. Everyone said Chief versus Doomslayer. No, I did not see a single person say it was this until it was this.
Funny. Yeah. So yeah, DJ was right. No one saw this coming.
Nope.
Yeah, and definitely no one would have looked into that too hard. No, especially not me. Anyway.
Although I guess also another thing to point out is that this is another duo tag team of DJ and Max.
Yeah.
Like I said, bring everybody into this.
Exactly.
So and DJ has said that both of them are like giving it their all. They are definitely trying to make this episode the best that it can possibly be. So yeah. Okay, and then I guess now is the boring stuff.
We can
Alright.
breeze through this.
I said, yeah,
Probably.
we can get through this pretty quick.
Who will win?
Who will win?
Well, actually,
yes. Hello.
actually, before then, we should probably add on the addendum.
Oh, yes,
because
of course.
what Ben
Thank you.
Because
all right. So here we go. All right.
Because
Ben Cena announced immediately after Rick versus Morty. Like I would say, 20 minutes after Rick versus Morty came out, he announced that this isn't going. He didn't outright say it, but he teased it. Therefore, it's and he did confirm it multiple times on his Twitter, because he's been the one promoting it the most, along with everyone else.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why. So this isn't going to be a particular version of Goku or Superman. This is going to follow the Gogeta and Vegeta rules. They're going to composite both Goku and Superman, and they're going to give them everything. So for Goku, this includes Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super, the movies, the video games, Xenoverse, and Dragon Ball Heroes. And then for Superman, this includes the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, pre-Crisis, post-Crisis, pre-Flashpoint, Rebirth, New 52 / Rebirth, and finally Infinite Frontiers, or Infinite Frontier. My bad.
Yeah,
So Goku
basically, as long as it's not
everything.
as long as it's not like a crossover or something, they're pretty much just getting everything.
Yes, Goku will have over 40 years. Goku will have 40 years worth of material, and Superman will have 86 years worth of material.
God damn, I feel bad for whoever researched Superman.
So
with
that's making this interesting.
Yeah,
Yep. So they really are going all out for this.
Yeah,
really
this is
going-
really to settle. This is to settle the debate once and for all.
I will say,
Like, literally.
I will say, since we're going by like Vegeta versus Vegeta rules, I probably wouldn't expect like a lot of like the heroes exclusive stuff, like a lot of like the cards that like Trunks got.
No, nor would we expect anything from specifically Xenoverse Goku. Specifically, when I say Xenoverse/Heroes, I'm mainly talking about the one that can turn Super Saiyan 4 and destroy a universe if his Super Saiyan 4 transformation goes out of control. They're mainly using mainline Goku, and mainline Goku is in/a part of Heroes and Xenoverse.
Okay, specifically.
So
like,
he'll.
Capsule Corp Goku or something by the community, I think.
Yeah, there you go. That's even better. Yeah, that's how they describe him. It's Capsule Corp Goku, so which has his own version of Super. So that means Goku will get all of his Super Saiyan transformations, his God forms, and his Ultra Instinct Omen and Mastered Ultra Instinct. So he's getting everything.
Man, it's gonna be weird that this is our first real deep dive into Ultra Instinct. I know.
Yep, exactly.
I know we had it with Beerus, but that was like a taste of it, you know.
Yes, and Goku's Ultra Instinct has only gotten. It's at its absolute peak right now. He has now completely mastered it.
Dude can project a freaking Susanoo, so.
Yes. That. So.
Although funnily enough,
Yeah.
so can Superman.
Although Superman's Superman's Susanoo, it actually works like a JoJo stand. It is invisible to those that he chooses to let see it, and unlike Goku, who can only summon his Susanoo with all of his Ultra Instinct God Ki, Superman can summon it anytime he wants. But his reasoning as for why he doesn't summon it is he doesn't want anybody to get hurt, and he feels like if he uses it all the time, then that would pretty much that wouldn't be Superman. He wouldn't be it wouldn't be him if he used that thing all the time. So he puts heavy restraint on it and only uses it when he has to use it.
Yeah, but you know for a fact we're gonna get a Susanoo fight in this.
Even if we don't get Superman's Susanoo, I think we are going to get Goku's Susanoo. And guess what? Spoiler alert: and Torcrosm Ro, one of Superman's martial arts, is designed to where Superman can fight a thing like that.
Fun time.
So.
Okay.
Yep.
So, do we just rip the Band-Aid off right now?
Yes. All right. Let's
say
it on the count of three.
All
3, 2, 1. Goku loses.
Yeah, Superman's winning.
We probably should have coordinated that. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think.
Yeah.
We're all going with Superman.
Yeah, we're all going Superman.
Listen.
The inclusion of stuff like Dragon Ball Heroes and whatnot is interesting, but it's not.
Yeah, and probably makes it way. I was gonna say it makes it way closer than otherwise, but does it save him? No.
No, like, look,
Okay.
at this current moment in Heroes, Goku is now on Goku in terms of where he ranks on the power tier list. Goku with Heroes is officially capped at high multiversal, which is impressive.
Very
This
impressive.
this is the strongest Goku has ever been at this current point in time. But Superman is pushing near omniversal at this point. He's not specifically omniversal, but he is literally higher multiversal than Goku.
It's funny because if we're including like heroes for Goku, then we would also probably include some of like Superman's like lesser known shit, like a lot of his armors. Like I've heard a lot of I've heard legend of the cosmic armor in particular.
Oh god.
Yes. Okay.
And I'm also discovering
I don't want
today
to
that Superman also has a mother box because of course he does.
Well, yes, yes, he does. Okay, look, I don't think they're going to give. This isn't going to be a Batman versus Iron Man thing where they give Superman any armor or gadgets. I think this is just going to be base Superman versus base to Ultra Instinct Goku. I'm positive they're not going to give them any. This is pretty much going to work like Goku versus Superman 2, and where they go. It's literally mano a mano, fist to fist.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. I do want to bring up one thing. Goku does have something that could potentially kill Superman, but it won't work.
Do tell.
Are you talking about what I think you're talking
So
about?
yes. So in the Dragon Ball Super retelling of the Goku Black arc, we find out that Goku has learned Hakai. He knows how to use Hakai. He used it. He used it on Zamasu, and was able to successfully erase a Zamasu clone, if I remember correctly. But the problem is, unlike Vegeta, who was trained by Beerus to master Hakai, and even given an earring to signify that Vegeta is the only Saiyan who can properly use it, and whenever he wants, Goku cannot. He can only use it a few number of times, and each time he used it or uses it, it severely drains his ki. So it's only good for 1 or 2 shots. Now,
fair enough.
Doesn't Superman like straight up resist like existence erasure before?
That's what I was gonna say.
Yes, but here's the other problem. Superman, while Goku is now trillions of times, while Goku is now trillions / septillions faster than he was 8 years ago, Superman is still faster. Like even then, Superman can avoid the Hakai. So it's not like that move's gonna be that useful. And besides, you really Goku has to be standing still. He can't just fire it like a regular ki beam. He literally has to stand in a position to fire it.
Well, what I was going to bring up, what I thought we were leading into was that in Dragon Ball Heroes, Goku does, much like Trunks, Goku does possess a ki sword.
Yes, he does. That's actually, yeah.
Which, as we know,
Go ahead.
Can nullify powers.
Yes, but okay, so yes, a Goku has a ki sword, which is Trunks' ki sword, but it's not Capsule Corp Goku that has it. It's actually Heroes Goku that has it. Capsule Corp Goku he doesn't carry any weapons. So yeah, no key. The best thing you can give Capsule Corp Goku is Hakai, but so that's about it.
But even then,
I mean, even if he did that,
it doesn't Superman resist that kind of stuff before anyway?
He has, yes. As of this point, look, I'm gonna be honest. It's at this point, unless it's fucking kryptonite, it is very hard to kill mainline Superman. He has been through it all.
Well,
The only way you can kill him is weakening him with magic or kryptonite. It's one of these two things or nothing.
Wow, I was gonna say even if he did have the key sword, I was gonna say he would all it's that thing of speed. He can't even catch him to hit him with it.
that's also true.
So
No.
even if he did have it, it wouldn't be much use.
No, it wouldn't. Look, again, I think Goku can keep up with Superman, but at the end of the day, Superman is still reaching speeds that are unmeasurable.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's that really is what it comes down to. Is I'm so sorry for everyone who wants to believe that this is the third time's the charm, but no, this isn't. I'm so sorry because, yes, again, please don't misunderstand. Had Goku fought Superman 8 years ago, with everything with heroes included, he actually could have won. That's kind of the irony here. Is this matchup would have been in Goku's favor a long time ago had heroes existed and had Death Battle known about it and given it to him. But now that they are using it, all it does is just put Goku on a better playing field with Superman. Plus, there's also the fact that, please, I really don't think I cannot believe I have to stress this. Goku's ki reserves are not infinite, and his biggest problem is that right now that he has both Super Saiyan Blue and Ultra Instinct, is that every time he uses these techniques and forms, he burns through his ki reserves like crazy. Even the more crazier shit like the Sasano that literally takes everything within his whole reserve to put and muster. Superman's always going to be Superman is always going to have power.
Yeah.
I wish there was a nicer way to say this, but no, Goku will always exhaust himself, or he will always run out of ki before he can even land a killing blow on Superman. And even then, Superman has more ways to kill Goku than Goku has Superman.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
it's not a fun debate. This is by far the most mediocre debate we've had so far because there's no debate to be had.
Yeah.
It's really that easy.
Yeah, Goku, of course, Goku is very impressive in his own right. Just with everything Superman has, it's just Goku really doesn't have any way.
Yes, and I also want to point out,
I've heard so much talk about if they do this fight and they go full composite. I've actually heard people say that a full composite actually hurts Goku's chances more than helps him. Because if you full composite Superman, then that includes so much shit.
Yes.
So.
And it's look, it would never be fair to just use a specific version of Goku to beat Superman, because then that's just like it takes away from what they're trying to do here.
Yeah.
It would like you can do that for Trunks, Silver, Vegeta, and Thor. You can do that for any other characters, but this is not one of them.
No, this is
The
essentially
really
all or
only
nothing.
yes.
Yep.
And you are correct. Giving Goku a composite does hurt his chances, because now that's it. There's nothing else out there. And before people suggest Dragon Ball Daima, that's stripping away from what it appears. That's taking everything adult Goku has, and now he's back to a child, and he doesn't have his power. He doesn't have his transformations anymore. He barely knows how. It looks like he's barely going to know how to use ki. So now he has to use the power pole to compensate. And I don't think they're going to give him any new transformation, because, see, that's the problem. I think Toriyama and Toyotaro have pretty much stretched this whole transformation thing out. Goku is at his strongest right now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Whereas Superman is also at his strongest, but that's the thing. He has ways to get stronger than Goku can if the right writer is attached to it. Because it's like, oh, Superman can just go inside the sun for 15 minutes. Boom. His solar levels are doubled or tripled. Oh, if you give him a blue sun, he's even stronger. The only way Goku can win is if he literally takes Superman to a red sun, but that would require Goku know about it. And at the end of the day, Goku's never going to do that, because that's not fair. He cannot play dirty.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, as much as they have been hyping up and really emphasizing just how strong Goku has been in past Dragon Ball related fights, because they always compare a character to his and Beerus's Shockwave that nearly destroyed the universe.
Oh, trust me. I think everyone remembers.
Yes, but and while he may be on a universe/multiversal level now, okay, good for him, but Superman has always been there.
Hmm.
And he's still going. So there really is no other thing that Goku has that can defeat Superman. I'm really, really sorry that it's the truth. But this is going to be basically the final time. And even if Dragon Ball does give Goku something new, guess what? It still won't help. Everybody had been saying that about Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. Oh, look, Super Saiyan God isn't as strong as Super Saiyan Blue, and Super Saiyan Blue practically leaves Goku empty every time he uses it. Oh, look, Ultra Instinct Omen. Okay, cool. He knows he can dodge, but his offensive skills suck. Okay, here's Mastered Ultra Instinct. He gets the best of both worlds. But now there's a time limit. Every time he overuses it, he literally drains his ki. Each form Goku has gotten has always had more drawbacks than advantages.
Hmm.
So, yeah. Everyone.
That's pretty much
Go
the
ahead.
best way to describe it. I mean, obviously, we're not going into the whole thing of like, oh, Goku has limits while Superman is limitless. No, Superman has limits.
Yes.
Yes, but his limits are different to Goku's.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It couldn't be more opposite. This isn't going to be limitless. This isn't going to be limitless Superman versus limited Goku. We're not doing this again for the third time. They're both going to have limits. It's just Goku's gonna burn through his limits faster than Superman will.
Exactly.
And it is. It's
So,
just
yeah.
sad. Everybody and their grandma is going for Superman.
Yeah.
Yep. And for the record, I mean, I don't think we need to say this. If you are going for Goku, good for you. But yeah, we're just
Yeah, but we're not.
So- we are
No.
not.
We're keeping our streaks going. Sorry.
Hopefully. I mean, obviously we
if you
will.
are going for Goku, that's fine. Like,
Mhm.
you're more than free.
Yeah.
You're more than free to make your arguments. Just don't be an asshole about it.
Exactly.
But for the sake of this podcast, for the sake of our records, we're all going with Superman.
Mhm.
Yes, and I know the lads are too. I'm confident the lads are also going to go for Superman.
Mhm.
But if there's one thing I am expecting, and I think this is a good way to wrap it up, if there's one thing I'm expecting from this fight, it will be better than the first one. It'll obviously make the second one look like it was made on early YouTube SFM. And
Okay,
most
look,
importantly,
we can talk about how much we hate that episode all we want. The fight is kind of dope.
it is kind of dope, yes, but just how the script handled it, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Like, look,
no, I agree, but like with what Torian was given,
Yeah,
he popped off.
He did pop up, yes, but let's not. But that's not his ultimate magnum opus in terms of animation. It was good.
No, it definitely isn't.
No, that's not an insult to Torian. I'm just saying the animation techniques that they have now at their disposal is going to make the second one look slightly dated by comparison.
They're gonna make the second one the irrelevant sequel. Oh wait, they already did. Did we forget to mention that? They retitled
Yes, they did.
The other two Goku vs. Supermans and changed their descriptions. They changed both descriptions say something along the lines of like, this episode is outdated, check out the new one on this day.
Yes,
and the titles
So likely
the
with
titles are
Mario.
hilarious.
Yes, Goku vs. Superman 1 is called the original classic.
Yeah. The second one is called the
And then-
irrelevant sequel. It's like, oh god.
Yeah. Yeah. Did we also forget to mention that the second one is Ben's least favorite episode?
Yes. Is that?
Yes, it's true.
Yeah, that is, and it shows.
Oh boy.
But I'm expecting this episode to be great, and I think it's going to have a great ending. I would actually, if there's one thing I want out of this episode, aside from kick-ass voice work, and animation, I want the writing for this to really nail how this is the best interpretation of this matchup. I literally want these two to be friends. I want this to end with both of them acknowledging each other in a friendly manner, because the first one, the more it progressed, the more that it evolved from both of them were just fighting for two different reasons to they had a deep respect for one another. Then the second one, it was just an annoyance. Superman he knew this was coming, and he was humoring Goku, and he was fed up. He had to put Goku down in a humane way, because he knew if Goku got carried away and dragged this out even longer, it could have resulted in the Earth being destroyed. And you could tell that Superman didn't want to do that, but he did show his respect, and maybe he showed respect for Goku by not only flying down as his body was descending, but catching Goku's body and presumably giving him a good burial.
Yeah, I will say
Probably right back at the.
I'll shit talk about the episode aside. I do like the ending.
Yes, but now I want this ending to literally have both of them acknowledge each other in a friendly manner. I think this is the time, and I want the writing to be good, because truth be told, boys and girls, if Ben and the crew really are pulling out all the stops, and they are, then this is probably, and I mean this with no exaggeration, and I truly am sorry for the statement that I'm about to say, but this is going to be the best penultimate episode Death Battle has ever done. This is now setting the bar high for penultimate episodes in the future.
I mean, thinking about it, it's not like penultimate episodes have like the greatest track record.
Yeah.
I mean, it started last year with Sauron versus the... No, wait. Actually, no. That was the episode before. My bad.
Yeah.
We've been...
I'm trying to think.
It's kind of split on whether or not people like it or not. So.
The only like
I mean,
episode that I find like most people enjoying is Potter versus Aizen. Oh God.
Yeah.
I think a lot more people have come around to Roshi Jiraiya.
Oh
yeah, that's
Roshi
true.
Jiraiya. I forgot about that. Yeah, Roshi
Yeah,
Jiraiya.
that one slaps. That one slaps. Not gonna lie. Anyway.
But the other ones are either forgettable at best to not that good.
Yeah. So I think Goku versus Superman is about to make history one more time. It made history by being one of the greatest ways for Death Battle to approach the season finale. The second one made great strides in how a Death Battle can be marketed, and when Death Battle wants to be, when the right care and attention is thrown in there, Death Battle can be the most popular thing on the internet.
Yeah.
And now this one, I think it could change. It could literally change how Death Battle will approach penultimate episodes in the future.
Mm-hmm. Only time will tell.
And speaking of time,
yeah.
Okay. So
your
I guess
final thoughts before we end.
I mean,
trying to think.
I was gonna say because there is one more.
We had another idea, but we've
been
going on for a while, and it's getting pretty late.
It's been almost 5 hours.
Yeah. We still have one more episode, so if you want to push it back,
yeah, we're gonna push it back.
Or-
we haven't. I guess to give a teaser, I'm not gonna say like exactly what it is, because A, I want to keep it a secret, and B, I'm not like entirely sure on all the details myself. But there's a little something that ZDogg has been wanting us to do for some time, and we just never had the time to do it. So
gonna experiment a little, but
yeah. So hopefully, we'll get through that next time. We were going to do it today, but this like second part that I had to pick up on is over 2 hours long. So,
Yep, that's what happens when you just drop Goku versus Superman as the next time, isn't it?
Yep.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I did have another idea, but we can talk about that when off recording.
Yeah. Also, it's like 10 o'clock our time, so.
Yeah. I need to consume more food. Anyway.
So okay, well, we're gonna wrap it up here.
Yes.
Hope you liked. Hope you enjoyed Rick versus the Doctor. If you didn't, I'm sorry to hear that. I guess. I hope I hope you're excited for Goku versus Superman. It's a sentence I never thought I would ever say.
Yes. And be sure you're civil down there if you decide to give your thoughts.
Yeah, please.
As always.
Yeah, please be civil about it. I didn't even mention the crowd that thinks that Death Metal is doing this just because of rent, they're low on rent or whatever. Because Twitter is fun.
Let's not even acknowledge those people beyond that.
True.
Because that's a little silly in it. Why am I British anyway?
We had the Doctor. That's why.
I enjoyed Rick versus the Doctor too much. Help! No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, all those people on Twitter. We have this bucket over here. You can throw your complaints in, and we'll be sure to take that and send them to the dumpster where they belong. Anyways, so yeah, I was about to say, I guess let us know. We didn't. I mean, we haven't really gotten an update to the Tournament of Champions yet. So
nope.
I guess at this point, the current round isn't over yet, but it might as well be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll just say it because by the time this podcast comes out, we're probably gonna be there already. Right now, it's kind of looking like the finals is gonna be Wily and Tom versus Kratos and Asura.
I cannot believe I called this, and it wasn't even intentional, and I legit was just joking.
Funny that works.
So, well, I guess let us know what you're voting for that.
Exactly.
You bastards better vote Tom versus Wily, or I will come to each and every one of your houses with a cartoonish slingshot and slingshot
wrap it
over.
up. So thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and we will talk to you all when we see what the actual flying hell the finale is. Bye, everybody.
Yep.
Bye.
Dub.
Alonzi.
I did not mean to do that.